It's my great pleasure to welcome you to Transform, Altering the Future of Architecture. My name is Naomi Stead, and I'm a Senior Research Fellow in the School of Architecture at the University of Queensland. I'm one of the three conveners of this event, along with Justine Clark and Karen Burns. I'd like to acknowledge that we are hosting this event in the country of the Wurundjeri people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We acknowledge and pay respects to their elders past and present as we work towards reconciliation with the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. Now, I've got a number of things I need to do here in this little hors d'oeuvre of an introduction. So I need to do some thanks, obviously, and acknowledgements, some background, some housekeeping, and also, I'm pleased to say, I have some announcements. So to begin with the thanks. First, to the University of Melbourne Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning for its generous support and hosting for this event, which demonstrates, we think, an admirable proactiveness on issues of equity and diversity, and for which we salute them. We particularly thank the events team, specifically Philippa Knack and Michelle Berder, along with staff of the Dean's Unit. I'd like to sincerely thank my co-conveners who've put in a truly enormous amount of work into conceiving and organising this day. I have to say, much more work than I have completed sitting up there in Brisbane. Justine Clark is a Senior Research Fellow at the University of Melbourne. Justine has a remarkable perspective on architecture, which crosses practice, media and scholarship, and she's also one of the most effective people I've ever met. Whilst others are still talking about an idea, she's planned it, carried it out, published it and called for comment. Justine is a generous and wonderful collaborator, and I feel privileged to have worked with her on this event. I'd also like to publicly thank Justine for her ongoing outstanding work on the Parlour website, which she edits, and which I think has added enormously to the depth of the conversation about workplace equity in architecture in Australia. Thank you, Justine. Karen Burns is a senior lecturer in architecture at the University of Melbourne and a brilliant thinker. Karen is always impressive in her acuity and insight, her tough-mindedness on feminist issues, coupled with a great compassion and sensitivity for the life stories of women and men in architecture. Karen bears her own feminist battle scars, but maintains the hope that there will be change for the better in architecture within her lifetime. So I always find it very ominous when you say that, Karen. I wish you a long and happy life. Heather Mitchell-Tree has assisted us immeasurably with the organisation of this event, and she's been tireless, efficient and unbelievably well organised. Thank you, Heather. We thank the staff of the Australian Institute of Architects, in particular Alison Cleary and Carmel McCormack, who, amongst other things, have been womaning the registration desk. We also thank Shelley Penn, who I have the pleasure of introducing as the next speaker, who has personally championed our project and its aims throughout her term as National President, a commitment which promises to continue under her successor, Paul Birkmeyer. So to some background. The Parlour website, this Transform conference, are supported by the research project Equity and Diversity in the Australian Architecture Profession, Women, Work and Leadership, funded by the Australian Research Council through the Linkage Project scheme. Some aims of the research project are to understand why women are underrepresented at senior levels in architecture, to identify actual and perceived barriers to women architects' career progression, to examine the impact women have had on practice and innovation in architecture, to better understand the advantages of a gender-diverse workforce in architecture, and work to encourage cultural and social change in the profession towards a more equitable, meritocratic, flexible and balanced work life for all. All of those questions will be under discussion today. While this is a scholarly research project and we always plan to contribute to discourse on gender and the workplace in architecture, the project was actually motivated by the idea of making a tangible difference in people's work lives through applying research. To this end, and in addition to today's event, the project has achieved a number of other important things already. I've mentioned the Parlour website, which was established with the mandate to create an informed debate, provide advocacy and raise the visibility of women's contributions in architecture. Parlour has undertaken 2 major surveys, Where Do All the Women Go and What About the Men? The results of which have been hotly anticipated, and I'm delighted to make my first announcement, which is that the first survey report will be completed in mid-July and released shortly thereafter. The research project has also produced the most accurate and comprehensive statistical picture ever captured of women's involvement in architecture in Australia, also published on Parlour. The project runs from 2011 to 2014 and has 5 industry partners: the Australian Institute of Architects, Architecture Media, BVN Architecture, Bates Smart and PTW Architects. Our collaboration with these partners is close and engaged. This is not just a symbolic thing, and they're not just throwing money at us. The 3 architecture officers all agreed to be scrutinised as part of Jill Matthewson's PhD research within the project, and we applaud them for their material support of architectural research and their willingness to reflect on their own workplace policies and practices. Likewise, our collaboration with Architecture Media has been long-standing and mutually fruitful. In fact, I can reveal that there's an Architecture Australia reviewer in our midst right now. But it is our collaboration with the Institute that is perhaps most central to the project. We've been delighted to find the will for reform is strong in the Institute. To borrow a phrase that's been bandied around in the newspapers this week, the Institute has shown the difference between striking a pose and taking a stand. One of the major outcomes of the project was always planned to be a draft Institute equity and diversity policy, but I'm delighted to say that the Institute have gone further. And this brings me to my second announcement, that in collaboration with us, the Institute has declared it will develop a 3-part policy on equity and diversity, comprising a new public policy, currently under development, plus a new internal policy to assist the Institute in increasing the participation of women on its committees and in its activities. And the third part, jointly with us, a suite of 10 Parlour guidelines to equitable practice in architecture. I'll come back to those guidelines in the workshop session later this morning, but for now, I hope you'll agree that these 3 policy initiatives, which will state principles and then enact them through strategies and practical tools, is a major step forward for equity and diversity in architecture in Australia. The Institute is indeed taking a stand. The research team itself is large, as you can see here. Led by myself, it includes some of the most eminent women in architectural scholarship in Australia, almost all of whom you'll see on the stage today at some point. And so to some housekeeping. Each of you will have found on your seat an individual questionnaire which looks like this. This is part of our development of equity policy, and in particular it will provide background and material for the guidelines to equitable practice. We'll be very grateful if you complete this questionnaire. We've not set aside a specific time for this, so please complete it at your leisure throughout the day and hand it in. Don't forget to hand it in at the end. If you really need extra time, you can pick up a stamped and addressed envelope from the reception desk. This event, more housekeeping, this event is eligible for formal CPD points. What you need to do is simply write a short reflective report on each session. The workshop consultation session is worth a point without making a report because it's already interactive. There is no need to submit your reports, they're self-assessed. They're not self-obsessed. But please do consider submitting your thoughts to Parlour. We'd love to know what you thought. As you may have seen, we have a professional photographer recording the day's activities. If you don't wish your photograph to be published, then please contact us after the event and we'll make sure that doesn't happen. The whole day, although not the workshop, is being recorded by video and audio, and links to the video will be posted on Parlour after the fact. In terms of timing, we'll be keeping strictly to the schedule today. I apologise in advance if question time concludes before you have a chance to speak, but we've tried hard to make the event interactive in other ways beyond the Q&A sessions, through the workshop on equity policy, the questionnaire, and the online feedback form for the draft Parlour Guidelines to Equitable Practice, to which I will return. At an event like this, welcoming the audience is often a formality. But here I want to say it once more with feeling, because it is you sitting there who are at the heart of our common project to alter architecture's future. Justine, Karen and I are very aware of the collective wisdom and experience gathered in the auditorium today, and the fact that many of you in the audience could just as easily be up here on the stage. Many of you have also been passionate about equity issues for a long time, some for your entire careers. I know there are people sitting here sighing with incredulity that we're still having these conversations, so similar to those of 10, 20, 30 years ago. We know that many of you also bear the scars of past bad experiences, and while we respect the need to tell and retell these stories, we hope that the focus today will be on the future, on what can and should change in architecture to make it a more diverse and equitable place to work. We hope this will be a positive and constructive conversation, informed by past experience, but not chained to it. We are brought together today by our shared commitment to change in architecture, our conviction that it is possible, and our determination to make it happen. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Shelley Penn, immediate past National President of the Australian Institute of Architects.
Thanks, Thanks, Naomi. Hi, everybody. I'm going to be really very brief. I am very pleased to be here as the just immediately past president, because I was president yesterday morning, I'm not anymore. Paul Birkmeyer is here today, and he's the current national president. And where are you sitting, Paul? But congratulations, and it's fantastic to have you. You're going to be brilliant in the role. And I know that Paul's going to be a fantastic support. He's been part of the Institute's work on this particular project all along, and I know he'll continue, and I'll also continue to support him in his role. It's a really important project, as I say, and I don't want to talk for too long, but I do just want to, I think, in my role as immediate past president of the Institute of Architects, say what we think about it and why we think it's important. So Australian society is recognised as a broad and diverse mix. The Institute believes that the breadth of backgrounds, experiences and interests of Australian people contributes to the value and richness of society and culture, and is also a strength of Australian architecture in terms of the work we do, the breadth of roles that we as architects play, and also in terms of our ability to be relevant and responsive. The Institute is committed to recognising and celebrating diversity and supporting equity and representation, recognition and advocacy within the profession. In particular, the Institute acknowledges that despite 100 years of significant contributions by women to architecture, and I note that this year is the centenary of Canberra, where we're celebrating the work of the first woman architect to practice in Australia, Marion Marnie, and that despite at least 2 decades of roughly equal numbers of women and men graduating from Australian architecture schools, there is still marked inequity in career outcomes and in the representation of women as registered architects, as members of the Institute, and in senior roles in architecture in Australia. The Institute's helping to redress this imbalance in the belief that this is fair and ethical, and also in the certainty that it will benefit Australian society by supporting an inclusive architectural profession that reflects and is able to be responsive to the community, society and culture it serves. Since 2009, we've been working as partners on the Australian Research Council linkage project, which Naomi has spoken about, which is focused on researching and articulating issues affecting gender equity in architecture. The findings are coming in, and the analysis is developing, and already they show that there are complex and subtle factors at play which require considered action. So many of us, perhaps all of us, both women and men, unconsciously act in ways that can be biased. In this past year, when I've really focused on these issues within the profession and have been observing closely, I've seen many well-intended, genuine comments and behaviours that have unconsciously differed in their treatment of women and men in ways that are often negative. The purpose of the project and the work that we're doing will, I believe, help to raise awareness and remove some of the unconscious filters that we apply in dealing with others. I'm very excited to be able to endorse and repeat Naomi's comments that the project's enabled us, with our project partners, to develop some really meaningful initiatives that we feel will assist in creating real and positive change. So the 3 key elements that Naomi's mentioned, I'm going to just quickly repeat, is a public policy for the Institute, which will stand as a statement of what we believe as an Institute of Architects for Australia, for equity and particularly for gender equity. An internal policy that's going to guide and in fact really mandate as well many of the actions of the organisation itself. So how we run things internally in terms of our staff and management, but also how we operate as committees. We have, I think, 115 committees which are made up of fantastic members who all want to contribute enormously to the Institute. We can actually give them some real guidance to help make sure that gender equity is addressed and is put in place in those sorts of committees. So that policy is also going to be very important. Both of those policies we expect to come out in draft in the coming months, so we're looking for your feedback and commentary on those, because they'll go through a full consultative process to make sure they're as good as they can be, and we want them to be real and we want them to be meaningful and effective and to make change. So please keep your eyes open. And the third one is the best practice guidelines that the Parlour team has really been working on very intensely, and they already look fantastic. And they're just starting in the consultation process today, which is very exciting. So we're thrilled about that, and I think they'll be incredibly useful because they will just provide some really basic things that will help people. And there's so many people that I know who are progressive, liberal thinkers who want to be doing the right thing all the time and are unconsciously not always doing the right thing. Those sorts of guidelines will help us to address that. So I do think we will be making some real change, which is incredibly exciting. That's really the main thing I wanted to say. Thank you very much for being here. It's fantastic that you're here. I think it's a really important event. We're thrilled to be part of it, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Justine Clark, and Tanya Davidge just tweeted me to tell me that Naomi's housekeeping didn't mention, for those of you who are avid tweeters, and there seem to be lots of you in the room, we're going to use the hashtag transformarch, ARCH, on the end, because if you just do transform, you get all sorts of other stuff. So if you're, anyway, so that's my bit of housekeeping. So welcome. Thank you for coming. It's great. So our first session is Advocacy, Activism and the Futures of Architecture. And the idea is that this will help set the scene for the discussion to follow over the day. And Naomi's right, we've got a really tight program. We're being incredibly ambitious in what we can cram in. So you will have to bear with us. But I do hope there's going to be lots of time for discussion, even if some of it's over lunch and morning tea. So the framing question for the event is, if architecture was more inclusive, would it also be in a stronger position? In posing this question, we aim to tie the contemporary discussions about future roles and structures for the profession, which are going on all over the place, to the sometimes parallel discussions about gender, inclusion, equity and diversity. We want to tightly entwine these two strands of discussion and to locate gender and diversity at the centre of the debate, not on the edges. So more questions follow from this. How do we generate change in the profession and the discipline? What strategies and tactics can we use to have effect, both individually and collectively? And what kind of profession do we want anyway? In relation to this last slide, I thought I'd show you the first little glimmer of hope that there will be some survey statistics coming available. And I just think this shows already that we are already a diverse group. We're already engaged in a wide range of pursuits. And many of those who identify strongly with architecture as their profession are not registered architects. And that's especially the case when we look at our survey results for women. So if you look at these little donuts up in the corner, blue is, are you registered? A really significant proportion of the men who answered the survey are registered. Less than half of the women are. Now so there are a whole huge number of women, in which I'm one, who are very connected but don't turn up in the usual ways we have to measure participation. So I think it's very important that we kind of expand our understanding of what it is to be involved in the profession anyway. So one of the things we're trying to do, I suppose, is make the space we need to have these discussions and make the space and to do that we need lots of different tactics and strategies and approaches. We need policy, so we need top-down, we need bottom-up, and we need everything in between. There's not one answer. But today I guess we hope we'll cover some of the possibilities. So we're really delighted to have Laurie Brown here with us as our keynote speaker because her work engages with these very questions. And she herself is a highly active agent for change. Laurie is an architect, artist and academic who works at the intersections of art, architecture, geography and women's studies and seeks to broaden the discourse and involvement of architecture in our world. Her work emerges from the belief that architecture can participate in and impact on people's everyday lives. Focusing particularly on the relationships between architecture and social justice, she currently has an emphasis on gender. She's undertaken a range of initiatives to generate change and has plans for many more. This includes her 2 books, Feminist Practices, and I have to say I have an XXX here because I forgot, what's the title of your next book? Contested Spaces, sorry. It's been a long day already. It's been a long month, maybe. And she's hosted a series of roundtable events and a new project, which I imagine she might tell us about. So for me, and I know for Karen, we've had a lovely time getting to know Laurie quickly in the last couple of days, and it's very exciting to know that there are people on the other side of the world asking the same questions, pursuing the same issues. So we think that this will be a truly collaborative encounter. Now, after Laurie's keynote, we'll have a very short panel discussion with Shelley, Penn and Ben Hewett and myself. We already started late, so I'm going to take up 5 minutes of your morning tea so that we can actually have that panel discussion. But please join with me in welcoming Laurie.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here, and I want to thank Justine, Naomi, and Karen, and the amazing work that you're doing with Parlour. I have to say, a year ago almost, I guess it was around June or July last year, when I found the website, there was a moment of kind of a eureka moment that there's people out there, kindred spirits, really invested in some of the very same issues that myself and a group of people are in the US. And it was incredible, and I think it's an amazing model. It's something that we're looking at in my group in New York, and I just want to thank you because it's really empowering and for everyone around the globe. So I think whether you know it or not, you're having an amazing ripple effect. So I'm just going to dive right in because I don't have that much time. So for many years, I've been thinking about ways and wanting to transform our discipline and imagining what sort of potentials and futures we have in architecture, including what I'm going to call a beyond a patronage system. And when I could not help but think about the connection between gender and architecture when you start to think about patronage. And in my mind, when these two things are spoken together, gender is inextricably a part of this relationship. I do not think we can speak about moving into alternative types of practices of architecture, a system that I'm going to call beyond patronage, without acknowledging and addressing issues in gender around architecture too. So when preparing for this talk and considering ways this event intersects with my own work, I came across an essay by two men titled, "What About the Men? Why Our Gender System Sucks for Men Too." And one issue they discuss was the idea of privilege, and that privilege is invisible for those who have it. I began to think about this word and what it represented, not only for me, but also ways privilege is being touted and even camouflaged politically and culturally right now. And so often these two terms, privilege and patronage, are interchangeable and so connected. So as I begin, I would like for all of you to consider your own patronage and privilege. What forms do they take? Where are you from? What color is your skin? Where are you or were you educated? What do your parents do? Your grandparents? How do you begin to recognize your own patronage and privilege and all the associations these connections include? So I'm going to begin with probably an image many people have seen in this room before, and it's the 80th birthday of Philip Johnson at the Four Seasons in New York back in 1996. Philip Johnson could be considered the grandfather of 20th century architectural patronage, connecting rising and risen stars with unbelievable clients and commissions. You notice all the star architects of the day, and I'm going to name just a few. You have Peter Eisenman, Michael Graves, Richard Meyer, Zaha Hadid, Robert Stern, Frank Gehry, Rem Koolhaas. The woman seated directly to Johnson's left is Phillips Bronfman Lamford of the Bronfman family fortune, which included the Seagram Company distillery business. She is a patroness in her own right. Formerly trained as an architect at the Illinois Institute of Technology, she was instrumental in inviting Mies van der Rohe to become architect and collaborator with Philip Johnson for the design of the Seagram building, the headquarters for the Seagram's Canadian distillers, where her father was CEO. The building was completed in 1958. She also founded the Canadian Centre for Architecture in Montreal, Canada, donating around 750,000 shares of Seagram stock to help fund the center. And on their website, they state that the CCA was conceived as a new form of cultural institution to build public awareness of the role of architecture in society, to promote scholarly research in the field, and to stimulate innovation in design practice. So she's quite influential, not only in Canada, but throughout North America, and I would say the world, in the largesse that the Canadian Centre of Architecture has and its benefit for the discipline at large. So what does transformation mean for architecture? What does beyond patronage do for architecture? What sorts of futures are possible? How can these become new models for the future of our profession? I see this event, and as an extension, the larger potentials that these ideas spark, questioning the construct of how we teach, how we learn, and how we practice architecture, a model that has had very little change for over the past century. This event today, and all the amazing and exciting work Parlour is invested in, is a critique of the system and the opening and the ongoing status quo of architecture. We all seek alternatives to the systems of patronage architecture has been reliant upon since its founding, and provides ideas and insights about how to seek work people are really invested in pursuing and accessing new client bases and publics for engagement. So my talk is going to first highlight two very obvious forms of patronage within architecture, followed by discussing some of my ideas from the book that Justine had mentioned, Feminist Practices. And then I'm going to provide examples of people moving beyond patronage, and then conclude with some of my activism and advocacy, in architecture and a women's group that I've co-founded in New York City, trying to put my politics directly into practice. So the first patronage, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, is the Pritzker Prize. And I had mentioned this past Tuesday in a talk, but I want to go into a little bit more detail about this. The prize takes its name from the Pritzker family, who's synonymous with Hyatt hotels. It's modeled after the Nobel Prize, where the winners receive a $100,000 grant, a citation, and a bronze medallion. The prize is supposed to be awarded irrespective of nationality, race, creed, or ideology. And as their website states, the nominating process actively solicits nominations from past laureates, architects, academics, critics, politicians, professionals involved in cultural endeavors, and with expertise and interest in the field of architecture. Since 1979, and since its inception, the Pritzker has been awarded to 38 architects. 2 years have included firms Herzog and Demeron in 2001, and Sana with Sejima and Miyazawa in 2010, of which only 2 have been women, a mere 5% of all architects awarded. If we expand this to actually include Denise Scott Brown of Venturi Scott Brown and Lu Wenyu, the partner of Wang Xu of Amateur Architecture Studio, the 2012 laureate, we would double women's awards. That these women were not included and that there have not been more women and people of color included in the prize is a clear reflection of patronage and privilege at work. And I feel I must also acknowledge and celebrate on some level the current Change.org petition trying to bring recognition for Denise Scott Brown in her collaboration and work with Venturi Scott Brown from his 1991 award. This was started by 2 female graduate students at Harvard's Design School, so I think it's really interesting that students are the ones who have initiated this effort. And the activism these students have demonstrated in taking on the establishment of the Pritzker is quite impressive. That partnerships and collaborations in architecture are not always recognized is what I would consider to be ridiculous. And that the Pritzker did this just last year in 2012, but not co-awarding both Wang Xu and Lu Wenyu of Amateur Architecture Studio is still incomprehensible to me. So they haven't gotten the message yet, have they? The second area of patronage within the US is the Fellows of the American Institute of Architects. The FAIA was developed to elevate those architects who have had a significant contribution to architecture and society and who have achieved a standard of excellence in the profession. Election to fellowship not only recognizes the achievements of architects as individuals, but also their significant contribution to architecture and society on a national level. Out of a total AIA membership of around 80,000, there are about 3,000 fellows that have been distinguished with this honor. From last year, of the 105 fellows that were awarded, there were only 19 women, a roughly 18%. And of these, there were only 3 that were African-American men, or 2%, and 1 African-American woman was awarded this award, 0.9%. So clearly this is an awful track record for women and people of color in the profession in the US. And although representation is higher than even 50 years ago, explicit patronage is still alive and well in our profession. So I want to briefly go into some of the ideas and the participants in the feminist practices, what started as an exhibition and then became a book. It was really the initial ideas behind the exhibit were to question the ideas of who practices and how practice is understood. Two primary goals of the project are to raise awareness for both those within and outside of our profession about the influences and diversities and impacts of the types of feminist design practices that are going on now, and how can we expand how architecture is being defined today. And I like to borrow from my feminist colleagues in geography, and the way that they define feminist practices are political acts challenging the status quo and identified relationships of power that we can intervene in. The work does not have to be female-focused. Feminist is much broader than just taking on women's issues, and is really grounded in ideas about social justice for all. There are those who work to improve and better the lives and spaces of others, concerned with larger issues around social justice, but may never call themselves feminist. As feminist activist Bell Hooks has written, there are those who may practice theorizing without ever knowing or possessing the term, just as we can live and act in feminist resistance without ever using the word feminism. So as both a curator and organizer for the exhibit and then book, I was interested in trying to bring a diverse group of international women together: designers, architects, historians, and theorists. And even I was more interested in trying to create a platform for those who are not so well known and those are rising through, as well as bringing in a few people who are very well known, so that there would be a mix. As I've mentioned, I'm very interested in how we can more broadly define architecture and what relationships can be made between feminist methodologies and their various approaches toward design. If feminism, as Bell Hooks has posited, is defined in such a way calling attention to the diversity of women's social and political realities, compelled to examine systems of domination and our role in their maintenance and perpetuation, we as designers begin from a place questioning normative design relations and their expected outcomes, systems of privilege that exclude us sometimes, or often. I thought very long and hard about whether to include men in this project. There's an image of the exhibit. I, as a feminist, very clearly more inclusivity is wanted. But then when I considered how often women had been excluded from the history and theory of architecture, to my students who don't have enough examples of women and people of color to look at, and to my own experiences, being the only woman in many of my design classes back as a student, I decided that I could only include women, that there still needs to be more mechanisms and exposure for women and minorities, and that this project should be one of those. So some of the questions that the book asks in terms of constructing the feminist framework is: whose voice is the designer ultimately representing? Whose vision is being created? And what products need to be produced for this vision? If the star architect, who as students, and I'm sure everyone in this room can remember, were taught to emulate, and it's no longer the working model, what should be the new models? What should replace it? What kind of engagement with the project, the client, or community partner is possible, and how might this relationship inform the design process and eventual outcome? And ultimately, how does architecture benefit from these types of relationships? There are four broader themes of the book, which I'm going to highlight using some examples from participants, as well as those I've been exposed to since the publication of the book. So I'm going to begin with feminist practices in design. These contributors explore architecture's agency through questioning the body's experience in space and by destabilizing the familiar. The first contributor, Cynthia Hammond, in her work Breathing Spaces, focuses on what is most often considered an ephemeral aspect of the building, the ventilation system, and creates a series of sound installations challenging one's understanding of how air flows in and out of a building. And I'm going to play an excerpt of one of these now.
Chimney, flue, duct, stop, please, wait. You are in the threshold of the building, the vestibule. Between two sets of doors, you are in the air that is neither in nor out of the building. Neither and yet both, you are, like the air, between two worlds, in the midst of a gap, the building's grasp, the building's gasp, on the outer world from which it will shortly protect you. To air he owes his life's beginning, his birth, his death. On air he nourishes himself in air. As you opened the door to this building, the entire structure shuddered, ever so slightly, as it took you and the air around you within. It will gasp again when you open the next set of doors.
Okay, for sake of time. The next contributor, Lillian Chi, in her model Creatures, challenges the idea of the architectural model and the aura around its perfect form through a series of cleverly constructed model billiard tables, which is building upon her PhD work looking at a particular building in Singapore. Acknowledging the historical significance models have had in the practice of architecture, her project's material choices subvert the model itself, producing a different reading of the model as something other, be it imperfect, grotesque, and not particularly respectful of the more normative conventions of architectural model making. So she's chosen materials such as fur, fabric, raw meat, and then spray paint. The second category, feminist practices in pedagogy, engage design-build paradigms to pursue pedagogic investigations, challenging such relationships such as normative teacher-student relationships, classroom's hierarchical structure, and a professor's role in the class. And contributor Ronit Eisenbach's Placing Space, she collaboratively taught this course with 2 choreographers, employing feminist pedagogical approaches to facilitate and enable dialogue, experimentation, play, and performance between architecture, choreography, and the space they occupy in between. And the class included the installation of these large panels in the public realm of the building. And I'm going to show you a clip from a video journal by one of the students. And the second person in this area, this group, Margarita McGrath in Ghost Fishing, challenges her students to find potential in what is typically overlooked. Working at smaller and more incremental scales, Ghost Fishing engages mapping techniques, cultural memory, myth, and public space, capturing intangible aspects of a site and allowing these to inform and be revealed through the process of design. This series of site-specific installations and performances in Taipei, Taiwan, intersects with UNESCO's adoption of intangible heritage sites, sites whose value is no longer clearly perceivable, but once was historically significant to the site's cultural and political identity. And I also want to add that their only ability to communicate, because she doesn't speak Taiwanese and they did not speak English, was through the mechanisms of architecture. So through drawing, mapping, and making things was the only way they actually could communicate, which I find to be very interesting in the way that this project evolved. The next category, feminist practices in design research, begins from the premise that the research of social and cultural spatial identities are not always accurate, nor reflect those with the least amount of power. As Kim Dovey writes in Framing Places, Mediating Power in Built Form, as architects, we cannot claim autonomy from politics of social change. In Kim Dove's Homegrown, she investigates complex relationships between industrial agriculture and environmental social justice issues. Her work uses a series of case studies of industrial production of apples and tomatoes to critique and present the vast networks of contamination caused by industrial agriculture. In my own project, Politicizing the Female Body, I explore the issues of the First Amendment, which in the US provides the freedom to freely express yourself and to protest. And this happens in public space, through examining the space of abortion clinics. I employ drawing and mapping methodologies, and the project illustrates how highly restrictive state legislation makes abortion access next to impossible for many lower-income women in states with very few providers. Because different states independently control and govern degrees of access, legislation manipulates political and spatial boundaries. And I'm going to show you a very short clip of a patient being escorted to a clinic in Louisville, Kentucky, and you'll see the sidewalks lined with protesters that she has to navigate.
90% of women that exterminate their children are doing it out of convenience. Please today repent and turn to Christ. It's so important. Again, as I said, we're getting all these perverts. We clarify again, mothers. You don't come out of the woodwork.
And this happens weekly at this particular clinic. In Juliet Spertus's From Fast Trash to New York City Tubes, she and her collaborative team sought alternative approaches for waste in New York City, beginning with an exhibit in a community-run art space that, as she describes, is part infrastructure portrait, part urban history, and part site-specific installation. This project creatively played up various approaches of bringing information to the public, from walking tours, a symposium, an online exhibit, to a video about invisible garbage. The use of cultural programming as a way to educate the public about the serious issues around garbage enabled not only the raising of public awareness around waste, but also led to the engaging of city officials. The last category, feminist practices and communities. The designers not only agree to share responsibility and voice in what and who is the author, but also the designer relinquishes much control over the role of the architect as sole creative voice. In Hansi Better Barraza with Studio Lutz and their Mattapan mobile farm stand, they work to reform, or maybe even better, to socially and entrepreneurially innovate our discipline in ways that specifically engage constituencies historically ignored. Through crowdsourcing sites and microgrants, raising their own money to make the project, she and her partners are proving small-scale, micro-infrastructural public installations can work to slowly subvert and change the way we practice architecture. So there were a series of public engagement sessions to work with communities who had very low access, if any access to fresh food. And so she created with her partners this bike that would bike through these different communities to provide fresh produce. Georgine Theodore with Interborough Partners Holding Pattern from MoMA POS1. In their rethinking of the architect-client relationship and the products to be produced, move beyond the fixation of the precious object to one where utility and adaptability are essential in engaging contemporary conditions. So they canvassed the neighborhoods around MoMA PS1 in Queens to find out what these different 50 different groups needed, and then designed their installation according to what they needed, so that then after it was over, these objects would have a home after the summer event. The fact that the project has more than 50 afterlives demonstrates an example of how architectural strategy can impact a far greater cohort of people and demographics. Radically repositioning the architect as community advocate and community planner and expanding their role to consider PS1's neighbors is a clear way that educates the greater public about the value of design while simultaneously improving the lives of the neighborhood. So here's an example of the ping pong table in situ at the summer event, and then it goes and finds its way into the youth program space afterwards. So the last project, MUF, was working in Barking, East London, with immigrant communities to reconceptualize what the civic space in their town square could become. They initiated a series of workshops with the residents to better understand the community's hopes and fears for the public space that were translated into a series of construction fences. And you can see one on the right there, and then the public area that they had designed on the left, and then another of these screens in that image. MUF articulates that consultation can also be an exchange. Project by project, we designed contemporary accommodation for voices and knowledge, which were big enough for difference. So as a result, and there's an image of the public space coming up, there you go. As a result of this book and the series of roundtables that I held in the Van Allen bookstore in New York, I brought in other women, both academics and practitioners, to talk through some of these issues. And it became very clear that there was a great need for more support and mentoring for women in New York. Many who attended spoke out about their concerns, and I developed an ongoing relationship with a woman I met at the last meeting, Nina Friedman, Director of Projects for Shigeru Ban, and we decided that we wanted to build upon the momentum. I mean, it was really palpable the kind of energy and excitement going on at these events, and so we launched a group that we're calling Share right now, but it's going to be renamed, so we're in the process of doing that. But I want to show you a part of a short video that we're using for fundraising that just was launched this past Friday on Indiegogo that really encapsulates the kind of spirit of what we're doing.
In the fall of 2012, we founded a new group for women in architecture. For years, whenever we went in our work and in the university,
we heard stories and witnessed issues that were just not changing. A previous boss of mine told me that she knew she didn't have to pay me a lot because I have a partner, and my parents are professionals.
At my presentation, the critics, who are all men, only wanted to talk about my shoes.
After working on our staff annual raises and bonuses, he said, "You make the most, so you get nothing." As a young single mom, I was told, "You have a situation.
You can answer the door and be the receptionist because you are the prettiest."
My professor told me that if I wanted to be an architect, I should forget about having a family.
We'll bring you to the interview because the client needs to see a woman on the panel.
Push. You have to be more aggressive.
Who's a better architect, you or your boyfriend?
Maybe you could use breast implants as a building material or something.
We are not affiliated with any university or organization or firm.
We seek to bridge the academy and practice.
By doing this, we hope to change cultural and social inequities which begin in the university and continue in practice.
Irreverence.
Connection.
Leadership.
Diversity.
Social change.
Empowerment.
New business models.
Grassroots engagement.
Would the environment be different if led equally by women and men?
Wellness integration. Learning
about money. Up to now, we have been meeting monthly as a small strategy group coming together through word of mouth.
I want to show you. I don't want the fundraising part to come in, but you can donate if you want. But we think of ourselves as change agents, I think very much in the spirit of Parlour. We're really interested in bridging between the academy and the discipline. It hasn't happened in the US for a very long time. We seek to expand the way people practice and how architecture is publicly perceived. We seek to transform architectural education and practice through a wide range of things, and I want to just highlight a few. We have a working list that we've been working on this past year, but we've already begun to do cross-generational and individual group and peer mentoring. We're interested, and I'm going to be working on this summer, creating an umbrella support system for all the schools in New York State so that we create small women in architecture groups that create a networking system so that once students graduate, they already have a system, a network in place that they can engage with. We're wanting to take design actions and respond to things that are happening out in the world through competitions and through other mechanisms. We're very interested in learning more about negotiation and compensation training, so we're going to be bringing people in both within our group and to various constituencies in schools, because if you don't know, women are supposed to be very poor negotiators, so we want to change that. And another thing we're interested in doing that we've talked about with women who are teaching across New York State, and we see New York State as the first of a series that it grows and it becomes national and then connecting internationally, is a kind of syllabus and curricula exchange so that what are people teaching, how is it relating, and can we have some collaboration between these people doing really interesting things that rather than being kind of hermetically in your own school, start to create a much larger network for everyone involved. So we have to redefine what is architectural practice and how we practice. I find such great potential in how how these strategies are creating new ways in defining what is architectural praxis and ways that we can actually be practicing. And I believe the agency comes from the desires, actually the necessity to figure out how we can stake our claim within a still very homogeneous profession. So reconfiguring and rethinking both academia and practice. All of the projects I've shown you today confront real social and economic problems that our government and social structures are ignoring, and provide creative design solutions to help mitigate and even directly change community members' lives in the process. In their own ways, each envisions and practices a different way to think and practice architecture. Part grassroots, part community activists. If we architects and designers are going to be changing the world, I argue it's from the ground up that this is going to happen. We can no longer play the waiting for opportunities game, but are now required to be architect, entrepreneur, designer, and community activists. Moving beyond mere form maker, we must recognize and acknowledge the complexities inherent within our world, be those economic, social, political, environmental, and capitalize on their potential as agents of change. We must reconfigure how we teach architecture. We must diversify all levels of our discipline in academy, and we must establish and maintain networking and mentoring programs. Yes, it's important to discover ways to change from within these structures, but I also think we must be far more radical in ways to think outside of them, moving beyond patronage and privilege. We have to begin to take this on because the future of our discipline depends on us doing so. Thank you very much.
I've invited Shelley and Ben to respond, partly because I think you're both quite remarkable for the way that you cross between practice, government, the kind of major institutions which structure us, and the kind of small-scale activities. And so I think both of you weave through these different kinds of things. So Shelley is immediate past president, as you've heard, a very fine architect in her own right with wonderful projects, former associate government architect, advisor to government. I think you kind of this amazing sort of grouping of activity. And likewise, Ben is currently the South Australian government architect with a former career in academia. You work together at the New South Wales Government Architect's Office, working in really mainstream corporate practice and working in kind of innovative, kind of theoretically driven practice, which I may have not built or may have built, I don't know. But, so I'm very interested, I suppose, in both of you because you see opportunities to make change in all of those locations. And I guess I like the fact that you get stuck in with the big end of town and trying to change there, as well as in the places where we might completely rethink what practice is. So I guess that's why you're here. And I'm going to stop talking because I just wondered if you both might want to partly respond to Laurie, but also just maybe talk about how you think we can shift things along and from in these various ways.
Justine, I think you don't need to say anything because that was really nice. Just keep going. Great. Is this working? Can you hear me? Sorry. I don't know. I mean, one thing I guess I might say is, I don't know, there's a whole sort of bag of stuff in there and we can't do it all obviously right now, but in relation to what you were just saying, Justine, one of the things I've noticed is in the last year I've been going around to talking to members of the Institute primarily and others around some of these issues in this project, and I've also, it's sort of in parallel with that, in some cases been asked to talk about my practice and my mix of practice, which has been small practice, as you said, and then some bigger stuff and a range of things, and stepping in and out. And usually those changes that have occurred in my case have been because I've thought, actually I don't want to keep going 7 days a week in small practice because even though I'm happy, I kind of am going mad and I don't think I can do anything good because I'm not really actually living a life. So how can you design something for people if you don't live? And then getting disillusioned with government and then chopping and changing and doubting and so on. But what I guess for me is interesting is that on all those occasions, architects have come to me and said, "Oh, you're just describing my life. That's exactly what I've done. I've sort of chopped and changed and, you know, different in the detail, but stepped away." And for a lot of women in particular, I think there's been that sort of stepping away from bigger practice. Maybe it's precipitated by having children and having time out and then struggling to get back, or maybe it's just for a whole range of other reasons. But they're the ones that we don't hear about. I guess that's why I'm interested, because I'm out there saying I'm not special, I'm just doing, the thing is I've overcome a fear and decided, okay, I'm going to give that a go sometimes, or just self-talked and said I'll give it a go. But what I hear all the time is that people out there are doing exactly the same thing. It's just that we don't tend to value them or acknowledge them or talk about them in architecture. And I guess that's what struck me about what you were saying, Laurie, that, you know, do women practice differently? I don't know. I don't know if we practice differently in offices or on site or whatever, but do we as a group acknowledge all the different ways that people practice? And I think because women aren't in the senior roles as much, and women do dominate, and sole practitioners working from home for practical reasons and a whole lot of others, they're often perhaps missed a lot. But I think also many men are missed in terms of the contributions they make in practice, because we don't acknowledge the breadth of ways that architects contribute. So anyway, that's a garbled something rather.
Yeah. I wanted to say thank you. I thought that was quite an extraordinary survey and kind of exploration of that, where we can affect change, and examples of that. And I guess I'm in some ways I'm not sure I could add much to that part of it, but I've become very interested in two things over the last few years in this role, but also building off those other experiences. And that is perhaps a little bit what Shelley is talking about, in what's behind that in a more connective, what's the individual experience that we have as practitioners or within the discipline of architecture, and I say discipline to be inclusive of profession and academia and other forms. And maybe that's more about what is common to us as people operating in that environment, as creative people, as kind of, for the most part, deep thinkers, that sort of interest, and how can we actually explore that to build a commonality, to build a collective out of that shared understanding of the individual, if that makes sense. And the other extreme, which I think talks about the relationship the discipline has outside of the discipline. And I think that's the kind of the untapped potential. And I've become very, you know, my role is kind of explicitly about that in many ways, but how are we speaking to different audiences? And how are we, as you've explained, Laurie, how are we understanding consultation not just as a one-way thing, but as an exchange? Some of the work that we've been doing in South Australia is really trying to explore that, but I see that as the future of the discipline. And I think it's very important to be reflecting internally and understanding how and why we do things the way we do, but I think it's only ever going to go so far. And just thinking out loud, I wonder if there hasn't been that much change over the last 10, 20, 30 years, is because it's fundamentally an internal conversation. And I wonder if it isn't about time that we take our skills that we have at listening, at unpacking preconceptions, at, you know, again, you had a fantastic term, I'm still digesting most of them, but, well, relinquishing control of the architect as the sole creative voice, and questioning normative relationships. How do we do that in a way that connects us to the broader communities, broader audiences, and in a true exchange sort of model?
But I also think there already are people doing that. But
there
again,
are, yeah.
We don't, you know, they're not recognised in the kind of cultures of architecture of which I have to say I'm completely implicated. You know, I can't say that I will. But, you know, so again, and I think one of the reasons we did our survey, which, you know, you'll get eventually, is that we know there are lots of people doing lots of different things. We know there are architects and local councils working their butts off to try and get some decent stuff happening. We know there are people who are trained in architecture all over the place. So I think you're right, we have to do those conversations, but I think we also need to find ways to recognise and value and support and learn from the people who are already doing it. And I guess in some ways I think you two are two of the people who are already doing it. I think that's
right, and I think that's a great comment, but I think there's maybe a bigger thing about how we value that consultative approach more broadly as a society. And I'm actually thinking of our Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, who's people often talk about as being, she's a really good consensus builder. You know, that's something that's a real strength for her in building consensus. But then, you know, it has been said recently, but when it comes to fighting the fight, she's not as good. And I don't know whether that's the case or not, but it's interesting that, you know, that's been, I think, a terrible situation. My personal view is the way that our Prime Minister's been spoken about has been sexist in a really overt way, and I think that's just absolutely devastating. Just put aside politics or decisions are being made, but I kind of wonder if there's something about, you know, and again, I don't know if I'm prepared to say women are better at building consensus or women are better at being consultative or not. I don't know if that's true.
Maybe women are socialised to be that way,
well,
might be one way.
That's one way. In my experience, I must admit, as I'm chair of the National Capital Authority, and I'll sometimes ask senior staff, I'll go to a meeting with the minister or with somebody or other, and I'll say, well, how do you think we went? And I probably shouldn't have said that, but, you know, I think I won her in the end or whatever it was. And sometimes I'll get feedback which is as though I'm asking for reassurance. No, I'm not asking for reassurance. I'm very happy with what I did, but I want to talk about it because we want to do better next time. So let's talk about what we could have done better. But the response is often to think that I'm asking for reassurance or advice or, and so I think, for me, that's just a little thinking out loud comment about how we value consensus building, how we value openness to say, well, let's work on it together because I don't know what the answer is. And I think that's relevant to architecture in terms of the constant problem solving, both within an office or on-site.
But I do think these conversations, although incredibly valuable within, have to happen outside. And I think part of we're very bad as a discipline in people understanding the value of what we do. And I think we have to become better at educating the public about why the built environment matters, why what we do is really important. So part of the onus is on us as a collective to really think about the way we educate the general public about our value. And I think, and it's interesting for me to look at what you're doing in Australia because there's this connection with government, and I've been racking my brain to think, how can I get government support to do some of the things you're doing? And it is going to be incredibly difficult in the US to be able to get the kind of financial support that you have been able to get so far. And so at least I think you're so much farther ahead in that regard, and that there are publics out there that are interested in the conversation, and that's great.
Well, we have a research funding system which is government.
Right.
I mean, it's a nightmare. Academics will tell you it's a horrible nightmare, and it is, but at least there's government funding for research. So we're going to have to wrap up for morning tea, which is going to have to have a very quick cup of tea. I'm sorry we've jammed so much in, but there's so much to do. And so thank you, Shelley, Ben and Laurie, and grab a quick cup of tea and come back and talk to people. And after the next two sessions, there will be opportunities for Q&A. But with this one, we're just trying to get the ball rolling. So thank you.
We are running a little late, but not as late as one of our panellists who's still on the freeway. Care of the Sydney fog, which kept me late yesterday too, so it's forgivable. But Bill Dowser from BVN hopefully will get here in time to say something. So my name is Sandra Cudjoe-Grady. I'd like to thank everybody for coming and for the organisers. I'd also like to use this opportunity to pitch for material if you haven't yet bought your tickets for tomorrow's conference. I'm one of the creative directors, and we do have the highest proportion of women speakers ever. Thank you. It would have been better. It was actually going to be pretty much line ball 50-50, but one of our speakers, Lucia Cano, couldn't come at the last minute and is sending her partner, her male partner. But hey, she'll be there in spirit. So I'd like to first introduce our panellists, Misty Waters, Associate Director at Bates Smart in Sydney, Anne Lau, who's Associate Director at Hewett in Melbourne and also an Associate Professor at the Deakin University School of Architecture and Building. Lee Hillam is Co-Director of Dunn and Hillam in Sydney. And Gillian Mathewson is a researcher on the ARC project, which is the core research vehicle for this, and is currently based in Brisbane. Bill Dowser will be over there when he gets here, and he, of course, as I said, is a director at BVN Donovan Hill, one of the partners. Together we are going to discuss strategies for change within architectural workplaces. We are interested in change that enables men and women to achieve their full potential in all aspects of their life, but particularly in the workplace. Now, no doubt at some point the term work/life balance will be debated, and it's a term which many object to. Some argue that it implies neat discontinuity between work and life, when for many architects that is not the case. We're passionate about our work, it is our life. Some complain that balance is the problem, seen it conceals what for many is a conflictual relationship. Work/life references also tend to obscure related but perhaps more confronting questions troubling our profession, such as a culture of long hours, presenteeism and unpaid overtime. What is crucially at stake in these discussions is the relationship between employer and employee, which of course is a classical relationship of power. And I'd like to, before moving on to the graphics, thank Catherine Griffiths, who's really made fabulous sense of the statistics that are coming out of the first surveys and made them attractive for us. That is a very particular skill, both attractive and conveying the content. As you'll see here, some architects are self-employed, and decisions about when and how to work are to a great extent their own. But the majority of architects are employees. Here we are, employees is in red, and you'll see that it's disproportionately the case for women. Men are 3 times more likely, this is the blue, 3 times more likely than women to be employers in our profession. And this, of course, means that decisions about who to employ, who to promote, who earns what, are currently largely in the hands of men. So consequently, workplace change towards equity relies on men sharing decision-making and consciously making decisions that are equitable. Now, my personal view, and I'm sure we're going to debate this over the next hour, is that this is not going to happen by appealing to the goodwill and sense of fairness of male employers. That's not the structure of how a practice that's there for profit is going to work. Change requires policy and legislation, social pressure and lobbying. Most of all, employers will want evidence that the workplace change enabling women's participation at all levels of the profession leads to commercial advantage, improved reputation, employee loyalty, and even better design outcomes. So it needs to be clear that architectural practices in which women succeed are successful practices, that workplace innovation is aligned with design innovation. In a piece that Anne Lau wrote for the Parlour website, she suggests that graduates looking for work not only consider the design quality of the projects undertaken by the firm, but also look carefully at the staffing profile of prospective architectural practices. One of the things that we found when we set out framing this research project was that it wasn't the case that practices, the statistics tend to actually cover up, the statistics tend to cover up the differences between practices. We see here that there are far more men who are principals, directors and partners than women. But what we don't understand is how this varies between practices. So Lau's advice was very good, because some practices support women in leadership and others simply don't. Referring only to large practices of over, say, 50 employees, we found that the proportion of associate directors and above varied from 0 to 40%. Statistics on women's engagement, as I said, don't reveal this disparity. We strategically decided to focus on those practices where women were relatively successful in their careers, to try to find out what they were doing well and to find out more about the relationship between workplace culture and women's participation at senior levels of practice. So 2 of those practices, BVN Donovan Hill and Bates Smart, are represented here today, or hopefully will be. It is worth observing that each of these practices are thriving by measures of commercial and design success. So I'm going to sit down now and join the panellists and ask them some questions. Can you turn that on? My first question is to Misty. So Bait Smart is quite unusual in its commitment to supporting work and family. It's right up front on their website, their public website. So if you go to the Bait Smart website, you can see details about paid maternity, adoption and parental leave. The practice has been very central to making, Misty has been central to making this philosophical commitment a practical reality for many individuals in the Melbourne office.
I'm based in the Sydney office, but
sorry,
that's okay.
The Sydney office.
That's okay.
Can you, I've been doing so much writing for the other conference and I should have proofread this better. Can you outline the main challenges in realising Bait Smart's family-friendly policies?
Okay. Well, I think when I arrived about 7 years ago, there was a lot of debate. We were growing quickly, the economy was good. We were having issues trying to get really good staff and keeping them in pace with our growth, so it was probably a good time for change to happen. There was talk about should we bring in paid maternity leave. There was pressure and there was debate amongst senior staff, and there was definitely resistance. There was definitely some resistors saying, why would we give money to the people who are probably leaving us? Why would we do that? Why would we give them a big bonus as they walk out the door? Why not give that money back to the other staff who are staying around? And it was debated, and then what we decided to do as a sort of taking those sort of compromise steps was to give the bonus in two parts. We'd give part of the bonus as the woman ran out the door, and then we'd give the rest as they came on return. And at the time I thought, oh, that sounds really cynical, you know, I was a bit worried about it, but I think in the long term at least it got it to happen, and it actually has worked quite well because there is a paid government baby bonus anyway, and I think that symbolic gesture of welcome back, we really want you back, and here's some money, you know, to come back, and it's not, I think economically it's not huge, and I think if you think about the senior staff, it's also more generously aimed, I should say, at the more senior staff, so the associates and associate directors have a more generous entitlement. And I think if you look at the replacement cost of those women and the loss of knowledge, it's very simple economics, and we kind of pointed that out as well, that, you know, the cost of replacing someone was just as, you know, it's a pretty simple transaction. What's the other part? What was the other part?
I can see how the benefits for individuals are very clear, and the benefits for the practice were probably quite clear too at a time of growth.
Yep.
How's that now in a time of more difficult economic period?
It hasn't been questioned since it happened. Well, not that I'm aware of. No, and I think funnily, when things have been tough and we've been worrying about downsizing, I think in some ways, because often the more senior women are only 3 or 4 days a week and they're costing less, so they're probably slightly below the radar in terms of, well, we can't just cut from the bottom, we're going to have to think about cutting someone from the top, and in a way I sometimes think it's probably a little bit of, sometimes it can be a good thing, I don't know.
Can you give us a sense of the scale of how many people are on flexible work arrangements? And
I meant to look it up. There's a lot, and we've got men as well now. Yeah. I mean, we've also got people who go and do a day a week of teaching or tutoring. We've got men also working either reduced hours where they pick up kids from school, or it's a lot more common with the women, but we do have both men and women accessing that. I don't know. It's funny, when I arrived at Bait Smart, there were in the Sydney studio, it was quite small at the time, 35 staff, and there were no parents of young children, no work, it was just a very young, it had only been around for sort of 9 years, it was a very young studio. I think there was one guy with adult children, and then a new director had just joined at the same time I joined, and he did have, he had school-aged children, but he and I arrived at the same time, and there was just no examples of part-time women or part-time or families. And since then, there's just been a baby boom across the office because, of course, all those people were just kind of heading into their 30s or late 30s, and it's totally changed. I think all 3 directors have young children. I came with 2 children. I arrived already having had 2 children and have had another one since then. And and the woman who's now joined me as a sort of shared practice manager, she was leaving as I arrived. She'd been a leading project architect. She was leaving to have triplets, and she's come back. So I think it was, and there was also a lot of resistance about, but what are we going to do with these women when they do come back and they're wanting 3 days a week? It's never going to work. Well, how will that work? You can't really run a project. Similar kind of fear of change, and it's really not that hard. It can work. I think we've got women now, depending on what they're good at, we've got women running projects on site. We've got one particular woman who just that's what she loves to do, and so she almost does back-to-back projects on site, working what she was doing 3 days a week, she's now 4 days a week, and the builders have a really good relationship with her. She's very good at what she does. They understand she's not available on Friday, and she's got a mobile, so it just works. It's not that hard. We've got other women working on, I didn't know whether it was going to work on design competitions, but we've just had someone just prove that can work. She's worked very closely with the director on, she's senior, she's an associate, and she's just led a design competition with one of our directors. We've got other women who lead briefing on large workplace and tertiary projects, and I think it's just always giving people a chance to prove it can work, and then pretty soon people forget that it was an issue. It just happens. It just can work.
Excellent. That's good. And so some of the senior staff are also participating in Flexible. Are any of the directors?
In Melbourne, we've got at least one doing a 4-day week, one of the more senior males. Not so much in Sydney, although one of them has been working a 4-day week a little bit, not kind of officially part-time, or just taking leave, and we all kind of work different work patterns. So Natalie and I, who do the practice management, we both leave quite early. We've both got kids to pick up and stuff. And I think there has been a shift during this period where it's not so, Natalie and I say to people, well, we're not here, we don't know who's here really late at night. We don't support the culture of whoever's here the latest is the hero of the office. It's about what you get done and how efficient, how productive you are. Do you meet your deadlines? Is your client happy? It's more about your performance than who's in the chair the longest.
Excellent. Lee, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions now, because we had a discussion about different practice types, and I think there's a big perception that large practices are ones where it's harder to have flexibility or shortened work hours. And for you set up your practice with your partner, Ashley, to make sure that you had control over projects and clients, but also about the way the office works. All of your 4 current staff work part-time, yes?
We actually have got one guy at the moment who's working full-time, but the reason he's working full-time is because in August his partner, who's a surgeon, is having a baby, and as of 4 months after the birth of that baby, he'll be taking 2 years off.
Right.
To look after the baby. So he's
trying to
cram in. He's trying to make a little bit of a stockpile of money, but also, professional inspiration and having that satisfaction of being able to go to work, because he knows he's looking down the barrel of nappies and mother's groups for a little while. So, but yes, everyone works very flexible hours, so much so that it really, sometimes I worry that I don't know who's going to be in the office on any given day, and if someone doesn't show up on that day, I have to, I look in the calendar, because everyone just logs where they're going to be, and I look in the calendar, oh, okay, they're teaching today, or oh, they've taken today off because they have to come in on Friday for that meeting. And I think, as a director, am I supposed to know where everyone is? But it doesn't really matter. I don't think, ultimately it doesn't matter. I think there's a kind of a level of anxiety I have about it that actually is irrelevant. Because you've got to trust them that they're doing what they need to do, and they all are, and that they know where they're supposed to be. That's a more important thing.
You also talked to me about making sure that people go home at night, which is incredibly important. And, my partner's in small practice, and even just 2 nights ago he didn't come home, and I have to trust that he was at work, actually. I'm assuming he was. But, I'm always like, just get more organised, right?
Yeah.
As one does anyway. always asking them to be more organised. But what do you think is behind the culture of long hours and presenteeism, which is so pervasive, regardless of the size of practice?
Well, I don't really know how it starts, but you can see once it starts that it's a lock-in situation, because if you're at work until 10 o'clock at night, you get up the next morning, and this is whether you're a director or a staff member, you're not so keen to make it in the door by 9 o'clock the next morning because you think, well, stuff them, I was at work till 10 o'clock last night, it doesn't matter if I'm half an hour late. You get there, you have a coffee, you think, oh, I'm going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight again, so I might as well have another coffee. And, I think you get into a habit of working in a way that allows that you've got these 12-hour days. So you work in a certain pattern. Whereas what I found when I had my first child is that I never really stopped working or took any official maternity leave, but I would know that I would have somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour and a half while my baby slept to get something done. And I, having gone from having no children and virtually no responsibilities, I found I could get almost a day's work done in an hour and a half. I mean, really, you can. And then now I work 5 days a week, but I work school hours, and I know what I can achieve in those hours, and it would be pretty close to what I was achieving in an 8 or 10 hour day before children. So I think you get into a habit, and the habit is hard to change, and that's what interesting. What you were saying, Misty, is that once you change the habit, then everyone forgets that it was ever any other way.
Yeah.
So we do chuck people out at 6 o'clock. I literally did turn the lights off on our staff the other night at 6:02, but that was partly because a joke, because they were teasing me about coming doing this. We do. Our studio is on the same block as our house. They look across a garden towards each other. But it doesn't impinge on our privacy. It's not really that reason that we chuck them out. It's just that you have to have a life. I believe you really have to have a life, otherwise you can't be a good architect. And if, as a client of ours said to me yesterday, he says to his staff, if they haven't finished what they were supposed to do by the time it's 5 o'clock, well, you can't be very good at your job then, are you? So he says he chucks his staff out at 5 o'clock too. But I do actually think architecture it can be all pervasive, and there's nothing really wrong with it being, it can take over your head for a period of time, but I don't see why you have to sit in the office and let it take over your life. You can go for a surf or go fishing or go for a run with your dog, and you're still thinking about whatever it was that was troubling you at work. There's no problem with that. I'm not saying you should shut the door on your office and not think about architecture ever again. I'm saying that architecture is actually the kind of thing where it works better if you can think about it in a lot of different environments and have lots of different stimulus. So being in an office 12 hours a day doesn't make sense to me. I've never worked in a big office, so I am speaking a little bit maybe out of turn, but my partner has done those hours, and it just does not make any sense. I can't see why anyone does it.
And do you want to respond to that, particularly given that you're interested in the design of innovative workplaces and the design of innovative organisations? Have you been able to, how long have you been in your current role at Hewett?
My current role at Hewett, I have been in this role for 3.5 years.
Okay. Right. Can you talk a bit about the workplace culture there and what you've been able to change, what you'd like to change, and what you see as the relationship between the organisational structure and innovation?
Yes. I think when it comes to, ultimately it's about organisms and organisations. When we talk about organisations is within the architectural professions of organisations, the most important thing, as we all recognise, would be the people. And those people whom we all value each other. Now that's the premises that an organisation, a successful organisation, should commence with. However, as we all know too, is we all come from different backgrounds, we all have different ways to deal with things, we all have different personalities. At a certain time, an organism shifts into a position of a particular state, which we can describe as a culture of the place. A culture of how we work, the culture of how we think, and a culture of how we communicate with each other. So I guess, first of all, I will preempt too is, I'm not one of those, unfortunately, I do work long hours, but partly is because it is, for me personally, it is something that I enjoy doing, and it is also, there are different aspects of the profession that I would like to be involved in, be it within the organisations that I work with or without the organisations that I work with. So I don't fall into work-life balance in a acceptable normal term. And ultimately, it is, however, I do not impose a value on this to anybody whom I work with. Yeah. And one would expect that you don't impose this value. You expect that everyone, no one in the practice would actually impose these values.
I think that's the point, because we do have people doing long hours, and we'll have a big competition on, and there will be times where there's a spike, but we're not measuring people on, you know, the person who gets the promotion is the one who's always here till 11. We don't promote that idea.
That's right.
It's got to be about what you're doing and are you using the time well.
That is right. And in so many respects is whether you're formulating a team to deal with a project, you have to design a process of how this team could be working together, and also start to, in some ways, in a more subversive of grassroots ways, is you try to enable a level of cooperations and collaborations. I can see that Bill Dalton is coming through.
He specialises in last-minute delivery.
Sorry, I'm so late.
It's called just-in-time delivery, and I know a lot of the supermarkets specialise in this.
Perfect time.
Delights of Qantas.
You can have it as next to you, but you might not have space.
So, yes, I was using the word subversive, shall we say, on the grassroots levels, as well as from an organisation level on the, say, the management. Okay, it is important to call it for what it is, and we use semantic to describe, correct terminology to describe an organisation. What is important is to actually have an all-encompassing culture of respect, and from the bottom up and right across, you actually have a series of network of influences and advocacies at work. So in terms of organisational innovation changes, how do each persons within the practice influence each other based on goodwill, good clear thinking? It is hard work because not everyone thinks the same and not everyone behave in the same way. So sometimes you do have to deal with these correction mechanisms. And ultimately is, how do you perhaps, shall we say, encourage in all levels of management and staff, is encourage those who have the ability to communicate goodwill, good sense, logical thinking. You permeate, you plant these people around and let them help each other and help everybody to actually promote these organisational change based on respect, clear thinking, and a passion for architecture.
Have you been able to, in your role, affect a kind of mentoring or patronage of younger women in the practice?
Yes, there are formal programs within our practice in Hewett, which we provide mentorships as well as support for various for the staff's interest, peers in dealing with simple things of project management, design issues, dealing with people, dealing with within projects issue, or for those staff who may be interested in what is generally known as management approach. So you go beyond the practice, particularly with younger people, as they start out. How do you actually cultivate a role within the office and a so-called what we generally known as a career within the practice. So those mentorships there are formal mentorships, but there are also a lot of informal mentorships. These informal mentorships will be depending on, once again, those people who are interested in communicating and assisting in an informal way. At the same time, too, I personally am involved with the Australian Institute of Architects mentoring role, and we're encouraging, within our groups, there are a lot of members here, we're encouraging everybody, male and female, to formally deal with external mentorships.
Okay. Bill, you've been involved in career management within BVN in a formal way as well, and BVN's had a major kind of cultural change, I guess, generational change of directors over the last, 5 years since Lawrence Neild retired. So how do you prepare for a future generational change? How do you identify leaders within your practice and then cultivate them?
I think that's actually the hardest thing you can do. So in terms of within any sort of practice structure, is looking at how it evolves and how it isn't just left with those individuals who just become senior at a moment in time. So I think that's been a really big thing for us over the years. Succession has always been sort of implicit in the practice. So it actually goes back way earlier than Lawrence, and it went back to Graham Bly and John Voller as well in the early days, where they divested their shareholding and we became an equal, all principals in the practice are equal shareholders. And that as a fundamental thing underpins, and also we've got great diversity within that group of principals, and also some came on as young as 30, 31, early 30s. So that's always been a good thing to do. But what's really interesting is that group is now in their 40s, just in their 40s. And it's been more difficult to try and sort of regenerate that. So that's sort of something that we're really focused on at the moment is how you start to look at that. So as Anne said, things like programs and setting up things, it's really been quite interesting because there's a lot to learn in the mentor program in the reciprocal. Younger staff members can actually teach a lot of older staff members a lot of things as well. So there is actually quite a really good reciprocity in a way in that relationship within the mentoring program, and that's something that we've really been looking at. And so that's sort of part of what we've been doing, and also then we have external people and run our own internal training, and then having an in-house critic in residence with Andrew Metcalf, who's an educator, going between all the offices too. It actually allows us to start to look at how are people travelling between different groups, and getting the opportunity to travel within the practice as well is quite important. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm interested in is all the research shows that leaders tend to reproduce themselves when they find successes, and it's the challenge here is that largely men are in these roles where they are grooming their successors. How do you deal with that in BVN in any kind of conscious way?
I think, what we don't do is really have individuals grooming individuals. In terms of that's not the way that we'd approach that. What we try to do is get somebody to work with a whole range of different other principles, so that you move a person around to have different relationships. And I think so much of it is relationship based. I mean, you can't get away from that. And I think that what you've got to do is allow the space for those relationships to grow. And that's what we try and do. So that's the way of putting people in different places and letting them work with different people to see if there's if they're and what generally comes out of that is a few principals will say that person really, you'll start to see where someone starts to shine, or there's opportunities for them. And also we work the other way in terms of you go that if a few of these areas could be dealt with that might be weaker sides to someone, then there's opportunities through the mentoring program or through what we are training team skills program, which we call it, that happens every year. That then we put people on that in a way to give them the opportunity to be seen as well. I think this goes into a whole. There's so much stuff at the moment too about introvert and extrovert, and whether our world within a sort of is quite extroverted in terms of what gets noticed, in terms of the way that we work and workshop, and it's all confronting in some ways.
Right down to the spaces of your office, in fact.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Which is all about socialisation. Yeah.
So it's quite interesting in terms of now starting, like being cognizant that of the differences in people and where people can actually get the best out of themselves.
So what characteristics make a good leader in your practice?
Trust first, I think. Yeah, I mean, trust in a way in all trust is probably the biggest sort of, to me, cultural or issue, cultural thing that's important to us at the moment. And I think that, and that sort of goes with a changing world as well, is that we've got to be open and talk about exactly what's happening, warts and all. And that's something we haven't done so well. That's something we've been, it's sort of, at times you think we have to solve all the problems of the world and don't tell anyone because you'll rock the boat. And in actual fact, what we found is the more we expose and the more you engage everybody into that process and let people come in, that's important. So trust, I think, is one of the key things for those people. I think also there is understanding people becomes a really important part. You can be incredibly talented, but unfortunately some of that talent can't be seen if you can't actually work with others or work in a group. And that's probably the most frustrating thing for some people. And some people it's innate. Others, it can be learnt. There is learning. You can learn to have empathy or understand that there are other people in your organisation. And I think that's been part of what the training thing that we've been doing is actually not, it's not on architecture. That's implicit in other parts of the practice, but it's actually on understanding that people have different personality types. There are people who approach problems in the way you would. Clients do. I mean, dealing with a law firm as a client, they don't, you get all visiony and you get excited and they just shut down in front of you and you can see it happening. And it's kind of like, when it's taken us ages, we've sort of realised that now if you work in risk, if you say the risk is that you won't be able to employ people because the risk, you work on their value set, then you can unlock the problem and actually you can get what you want in a way architecturally.
So this all sounds very good, but how do you keep an eye on gender equity in that? Do you look at who's going to the team building exercise? You have 20 people a year go on that? Yes, we do. Yeah. Because you're doing really well, so I'm wanting to get a sense of how...
We've actually slid in the last couple of years. I think we did really well in sort of for a period there, but I think that we've struggled in more recent times, and we're trying to understand what that is. In Melbourne, we've always had Melbourne's always, for us, Melbourne Studios always had a strong, in fact, it's had a gender bias, to a female gender bias, really, in terms of its leadership and those. But I think we do always try to monitor it, but you're fighting with the person who is best suited all the time, or the person who has the right skills for projects, and some of the times too, that comes with clients, so client requests that you're sort of ameliorating. But then, I think we're always really conscious of in recruitment that we keep it as balanced as possible.
Gil, you might have some insights because you've been scrutinising BVN and Bait Smart.
That's why we can't lie.
It is quite an interesting project for Gil because she's actually been embedded in the office like a kind of anthropologist, even though, of course, she's trained as an architect. So it's a very difficult role to be a member of the architectural tribe, but also acting as a kind of anthropologist.
Yeah.
Yes, observing them.
Or a spy.
Or a spy, yeah. I wonder if there's any unexpected discoveries that you might want to talk about.
I think one of the things that I kind of found was to do around registration, because one of the things that triggered this whole project is women are 20% of registered architects, and what's going on because they're 44% of all the graduates. And I spent a very long time, ridiculous amount of time, getting a more accurate figure for that registration thing, and it was incredibly hard, and I'm very attached to that figure. But the more I spent in the various offices, the longer I spent there, the more I realised it's actually a bit of a bogus figure. It doesn't represent people who are practising architecture, and that's not even looking at the people who are doing the kind of work that Laurie was talking about. People who are kind of outside of that traditional practice. And that, as we saw from one of those figures up there, women are less likely to register. So because basically, if you're in a medium to large size practice and the people are confident that you can do the work, you get given the work. And although all the practices encourage people to register, a lot of people just don't have time to do it. And if they can do the work, they do it. They are, as far as I'm concerned, practicing architecture. They can't legally call themselves an architect. So this whole thing, so that's one of the surprises for me. And I spoke to everybody in each of the studios who was eligible to be registered and who wasn't registered to find out why. So that's, I think, one of the big things. And I think there's something just a little bit more about registration. It's a little peculiar thing where not all of them, but the interview process has tends to have a bias against people who work in large practices. It's almost as if you've done a couple of garages in the suburb, you've got more chance of getting registered than if you've done the facade for a multi-storey building. And that's kind of not right, really. But I would say that in terms of looking particularly at BVN, Bates Smart and how they operate, there are things that you need if you're wanting to get towards gender equity. And one of them comes from leadership. So there are architects out there, and you'll know who they are, who think architects are God or they're heroes, and they're very autocratic. They don't give a stuff about anything other than architecture, pure architecture. Everything else is immaterial. And it can really lead to bad work environments, high stress. And when you have that, you get a very high turnover of staff. But they don't care about that because there's always young, hungry architects coming in who will put up with that. But then there are others, and we've got a couple represented here, who care very deeply about architecture as well, that they believe in doing really good architecture. They're passionate about architecture, but they're also passionate about making architects. So, and that's, I think, a different thing. And so they believe a good work environment makes for better architects. They're less stressed, they make better decisions, they make them faster, they're not exhausted. You know, they can work faster, they're basically more productive. So that's what they work to. And you get that kind of work environment if you offer flexibility and if you, you know, you have that kind of support happening. And those things help women in the workforce. So I think that's really important. You've got to have that leadership that kind of has worked out this is important. And then the other thing you need are people like Misty and Natalie, who are the guardians. So they deal with it on a day-to-day basis. Who's working on this project? That person's been doing back-to-back competitions for 6 months now. They need to learn how to detail. Well, let's move them here. No, you can't have them for another competition. We're going to move them around, and I know you like working with that person, but they need to do this, try this person. And they move people around, and they keep that day-to-day movement of things going on. They have their finger on the pulse of everybody in the office, and they're really tuned to keeping people happy, trying to move them onto projects that they, you know, they're suited to or that they need to learn to, all that kind of stuff. But they're also really good at quite tough talking with people. So they give them really, really good feedback. You know, look, I know you want to make associate, but these are the things that you would need to do in order to do that. They have those kind of conversations. So I think those guardians are really important. I think there's two qualities that I think are really important for the guardian role. One is that they are architects, because, you know, architects only like kind of listening to other architects. And they only trust another architect to give them the right advice. So that you're an architect and you also know what it's like to be obsessed with a project and all that kind of stuff. So I think it really helps to have that. This is the kind of role that Kim has at Sydney and BVN. And but I also think another thing is it's fairly important for them to be reasonably senior, to have a certain seniority in the practice, because it means that everybody knows they've done the hard yards, they've earned the jersey, they're at that kind of higher level, and they will take advice from them. So I think those two things are really kind of important. And I think the other thing that's also important, and it comes from leadership, is if you, you can have a really good work environment, and someone will step out of the office and go to a meeting with consultants or clients or whatever, and they'll walk into a completely other culture, which can be incredibly bullying. They'll talk in ways that you just go, my God, do people really, this is 21st century, you don't say that sort of thing now, but they do. And I think it can happen a bit in project management. Then again, I don't think I heard anybody have a good word about project managers. So I think you have to back staff up if they have that kind of problem. And that, again, comes from leadership. You back people up if they have that, run into that. So.
One of the defences that male directors often anecdotally have put to me when I've discussed women in leadership and architectural practices is that women don't want those roles. The women are reluctant to take on leadership roles, or that they just couldn't find any that were suitable. But have any of you found any reluctance amongst your female staff?
Well, may I start?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
It is about encouragement, and it is about having the advocacy, having someone to advocate for you and guide you through the process. And it could be more than one person. It should be more than one person. So no, not in my observation. And it is about recognizing where these aspiring young women wanted to go. And sometimes they are men as well, men with broad, generous characteristics, shall we say. Then you should, the organization, once it's been recognized, should cultivate these people and giving them the encouragement and giving them the pointer and maps out a stages of progress. Identify what you need to do in order for you to guide you through the leadership process. So,
Miss, have you ever encountered reluctance?
I guess we don't have a very large number of director positions, and they don't come up very often. So I do notice that men are much more likely to come out and say, particularly at interview, if you're hiring someone senior, they want to know, what are my chances? How does it work? Can I, my idea would be to become a director eventually. Not immediately, but when the time's right, I'd really like to be a director. And women, I don't think a woman's ever said that to me in an interview. But I've had the opposite, where I've had, and it's a bit mysterious in my office, I'd have to say. I'm not a director. It is kept a bit more secretive. It's because it doesn't come up very often. They don't like to raise false hope and lots of kind of competition until they know. I mean, at the moment we don't need another director, so there's not a lot of talk about succession or, I'm sure there is discussions, I know, about looking ahead and when we will. There's definitely awareness that eventually, of course, we will. But I off the record have said to two women, you'd be a great director one day when you should think about that. And they're both quite taken aback, but I think it sank in. And I've also said it once to a young male architect, and he said, I wouldn't want to have to do those hours, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
So he did still think to be a director you had to do those kind of long hours. So
I think that's the
interesting.
thing that
He
puts
doesn't
them
have
off.
kids. He doesn't have kids.
Yeah, sometimes it's not that aspirational.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, because I think that I agree with Anne. I've never had somebody say, no, I don't want to do that in that situation. But I think what is interesting is that, and maybe this is something, is that potentially, but I have been with senior women in terms of who've said, I don't know if I feel comfortable or start to at least talk about some of the sort of things that they might not feel up to doing in terms of, or at least showing having a discussion about, hey, look, I'm not just all gung-ho, and that's kind of good. That's actually been, and that's actually a thing we want. I mean, in a way, understanding where you're not so strong is probably the key thing to anybody in a leadership position in a way, or the future of a leadership position, because you kind of have people around you who make up the whole, or you work on that sort of, the part that's not so strong. So I think that it's actually the worst, the most dangerous and the worst senior recruitment we've ever done is where you've got a person who's come in and thinks they know it all, because it goes horribly pear-shaped at some point. And it just walks over people. So just, in terms of what the impact of a person like that within a larger practice, with any practice, is so caustic and detrimental.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Could we talk a little bit then about this salary gap that we have here? How much longer have we got? 10 minutes? And did you want questions from the audience at all? Okay, we'll have just a quick, perhaps if I just alert the audience who've probably been pondering it, we can see here that there's a big difference in annual salary between men and women, which correlates a little bit to the principal director thing. So if women are reluctant occasionally to be directors, perhaps one needs to point out the salary. I'm wondering whether in your the salary difference in the recruiting, do you find men are bolder in asking for their salary needs?
Not always, but
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true, and bolder at asking for pay rises.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but not always. There's exceptions. I've got some women that are very good at it.
Yeah. How do we train women to be better at it?
I don't know. What we tend to do, if you're in a sort of growth market where you're hiring quite busily and you really want that really good person, and he says, well, this is what I won't move unless it's this much.
Yeah.
We then have to try and hopefully even that out over time and not give him as much of a pay rise over time, and you hope to correct it, but it's not. I think we would have some disparity from time to time for sure. It is hard to keep it perfect. And then you do have the same problem with women that have gone on maternity leave and are then part-time compared to a man in that period who was their peers, and then he's just killed himself and delivered 3 projects. You can't really argue to keep her on exactly his salary. It doesn't seem fair, but you still want to recognise her contribution and keep it reasonable, So it's tricky. It's tricky keeping it perfectly fair.
Anne, can you comment on that?
It is, first of all, we have an office policies of parity of wages, and there are a series of systems and mechanisms which the directors uses for these. To answer one question is the parity there is a complexity when you're actually assessing someone's quality and their value to the practice, and these qualities sometimes not overt, and some of these qualities are not necessarily based on the current requirements for this particular quality within the office. So, therefore, we need finer tunings of qualitative approach towards staff when it comes to making a decisions on on salary. There is also no doubt that there is, because of the last 2 years, the general economical circumstances, there has also been some sort of capping of salaries as well. However, what the organisations try to do is how do you actually build values and appreciation towards staff through other means. And these other means could be about imparting knowledge, could be about negotiations or discussions of flexibility of time. There could also be other added benefits of, particularly from knowledge, the knowledge intake, and creating a work environment that is happy and cultivating in order to trade off the need for constant salary rises, which between 2002 to 2008, that was almost a norm within the architectural professions globally. So, so I think in terms of when it comes to salary, it is a finer tune of quality judgments of staff, and using different value system and value assessment to people's contributions into the practice.
Has the practice ever done a gender audit on salaries? Have you ever done a gender audit?
Yes,
you
we
have.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yes. And it's we try to make it as a policy that you have to recognise it, and it has to be parity. And I think with our practice, we have almost 50% women. within the practice. And I think with both of your practices, you have high proportions of women.
Yeah, we wouldn't be at 50. We're not at 50.
Probably close.
I don't know what we are at the moment. It has slipped recently in the senior ranks, it's more heavily women in the junior ranks.
Yes.
It's the bad pyramid. And
that's the typical pyramid. That's a very typical pyramid. Yeah. When you were asking about women holding back, not wanting, I interviewed a few of those. There were a few who were quite happy at the level they were at. They didn't want to go any higher. They knew if they went higher, they'd have to go out and socialise and get work in and get clients and things like that. They didn't want to do that. They just really liked hanging out and doing the, nutting out a design and getting it built. They really like that. And that's fine. Not everyone has to go to the top, but I think that the key thing is that people who do want to go there, are there barriers in the way?
Do we have any questions from the audience?
Sorry, thanks. I would be the only practice, is there a button, that has actually asked my staff to become flexible to deal with, post-GFC scenarios. I've actually had to do that twice. So I think, I think we were always open to the discussion of flexibility, but I think it means now that there's always an open discussion that can be had, and it obviously benefits women, but equally, I have a male staff member who wanted to take up a few gigs he was offered as a DJ, and he needed flexible work hours to do that. So I think that perhaps it's becoming a sort of a cultural shift that's almost born out of an economic climate.
Thanks, Rachel. Shelley.
A comment or two comments. I'll try to be quick on the flexible workplace thing. Is two. Well, one is that around the much broader area beyond architecture, that as there is a recognition, I think, about the value of flexible workplaces. And I was just showing Karen as the conversation was going on. Goldman Sachs, which is a global investment banking firm, has recognised that diversity is good for business. So it's good for equity and so on, but it's good for business. So they've actually made a commitment to set it. Well, they've set a target of achieving 80% flexible part-time positions by 2015. They want flexible part-time positions because it's better for business. So I think that's really relevant to us. But the other thing is I think it's relevant to seniority, and I was in the privileged position of having a senior role within government, so it's not in an architectural practice. So I have to qualify what I say. I haven't ever had a senior role in a large architectural practice. I have in my sole practice. Very senior role there. But I haven't in a large architectural practice. But in government, I realised I was able to set my term. So I was asked to work 4 days a week, and I said, well, sure, but I'm only going to do that I'll be in the office 3 days a week. I'll be available by mobile anytime, and I'll look at my emails throughout the week. But I'll work in the office 3 days a week, or I'll work 4 half days a week. I'm not going to work 4 days full time. And then I was dealing with junior staff who didn't have that choice, and a woman who had her first child and had to be back at work full time after 3 months, or whatever it was. And it struck me how privileged I was in that senior role that I could set the terms. And I just wonder whether that's something that we can promote in terms of seniority in architecture. In fact, I was speaking to a woman architect in New Zealand last weekend who runs her practice. She works 3 days a week and she's got 3 full-time staff. So, it can be actually about setting terms as well. So.
Thank you. Hi, I was going to ask Gil how it works when you're merging with another practice, as you have recently, and how the policies of two, individual practices work in terms of coming together. And also some of the issues that you mentioned, trust and all those sorts of things, and the culture of the office and how that sort of is played out, I guess.
Yep. I think that's a really good question, because I think that, and it's been really interesting in terms of the two practices with Donovan Hill and culturally they are quite different in terms of where they've come from to both practices. So that was actually a really important sort of almost a learning space of how you actually start to come together, how you sort of almost cohabit in terms of coming together in the space, learning things about each other culturally. The actual merger came about because we've been working together on projects. So at a senior level, the relationship was there, but not at a cultural level that's implicit through both organisations. And it's been interesting too for us in terms of that diversity. We've struggled more in Brisbane. Even in our own world, Brisbane is sort of, and it's actually interestingly where the practice came from. I don't know if there's anything in that, and I don't know if there's anything in understanding Brisbane. I'm sort of taught more from understanding Sydney and Melbourne in terms of working in both of those studios. But also there was very little diversity, gender diversity, within the Donovan Hill team, and that sort of been interesting to sort of, well, it was interesting to understand why. I mean, we actually asked the questions through the whole process. We actually asked why. At times, like, why aren't there senior women? Why aren't there? And we sort of worked through. In a way, it did become that you're coming into our. It did become our culture about what we believe in terms of the way we run the practice is actually what you're coming into, but what we're really interested in the reciprocal relationship is the influence upon architecture and how that, in terms of a design ethos and trying to mix up. So what we've actually done is brought many of their people to work in the Sydney studio, and they've actually worked in the Melbourne studio as well to sort of start to sort of integrate. But it doesn't happen overnight. It's now been 8 months. And it's starting to happen. It's well down the track, but it is, there are issues in it. Bringing, like putting two families together.
We're going to finish there because we are running out of time, or have run out of time. And I'd like to hand over to Naomi to the next session. So thank you, our panellists.
Hi, I'm Karen Burns. I'm from the University of Melbourne, the architecture program. I'm going to be chairing this panel, What Are the Possible Futures of Architecture? So I'm going to make some framing remarks for 5 minutes, and then I'll introduce our panellists. And there will also be time towards the end of this session for you to ask questions. Sam Lubel recently wrote an editorial in the Architect's newspaper in North America. His editorial was titled "Lack of Diversity Limits Architecture." In his editorial, he outlined the structural factors, cultural, economic and social, that keep women and minority architects at low levels in the American architectural profession, but I think there are great similarities. And I'm going to use material from our Parlour survey on the reasons why women and men leave architecture, just to run through some of his remarks. So the structural factors he identified we can also see in this graph. Low pay, some might say no pay, if you're an intern or a student, which depends on you having access to parents or a trust fund. Long hours, which mitigate against those who need some kind of work-life balance. In the schooling system, lack of scholarships, and also minority recruitment, which keeps architecture schools homogenous. And as well, he noted, in North America at least, the antiquated registration system. Other sessions in today's symposium have and will address these particular kind of structural issues around pay and hours. This panel centres around a particular problem of another kind of homogeneity which is not identified in Lubel's good editorial. And I would describe this as a monoculture of ideas and practices, not, I think, in the diversity of work down on the ground, but in the representation that architecture makes to itself and to disciplines outside itself, a monocultural model of ideas and practices. The so-called current crisis of architecture, and the term is under contestation, has also, I would argue, produced a concurrent identity crisis. an interrogation of architecture's meaning, its modes of practice, its capacity to act in the world. And perhaps I think it's been very predictable to so easy to target the starchitects who are so easily identified with capital. I think there are much harder questions to ask about a discipline. Why is it so difficult to get airtime for multiple definitions of architecture, for multiple modes of practice to exist? Why is it that when we ask for an expanded sphere of architecture, we almost immediately get the response, but that's not architecture. You're being anti-architecture, which is a response of intolerance and censorship. So I think there are issues around diversity of speaking positions and the ability to listen to other voices that are part of a monoculture as well. Research into women on corporate boards suggests that monocultural membership of boards produces what's called groupthink, a reduction in different voices and different positions. And there are moments in my architectural career when I have experienced groupthink, a horrible phrase, but a sort of apt description. The women on boards argument is an argument for diversity, not just on the grounds of human rights. It's also an economic argument that's worth looking into. It's an argument that says a monoculture is vulnerable to change. It's fragile because it's not pluralistic. It's not diverse. In the words of an economist, it doesn't spread the risk. In an interview with Liam Young in Rory Hyde's book Future Practice, Young describes an impetus in architectural education to produce creative and strategic thinkers that have numerous career pathways. Young and another interviewee in the book, Indy Johar, discussed the problems involved in framing architects' work only as a percentage of construction costs. He observes that it makes it unable to distinguish conception value from production-focused value, which I think is a really good definition. Both Indy Johar and Liam Young conceptualise a shift in re-centering architecture, which centres architecture on knowledge, on research, on strategic decision-making, on self-initiated projects, rather than on a commissioned service. And the making of places beyond the object are capacity to make built environments together. The current self-questioning about architecture's identity has sent critics and magazine editors in search of what they call alternate models of practice. But many of what are regarded as alternative ways of working or non-standard careers have been around for some time. And so I would, rather than rupture in this current moment, I'd stress continuity. And if you want an alternative genealogy of architecture over the last 40 years, you can visit the Spatial Agency website, which unfortunately doesn't include Australian practitioners. So I would argue that what's being discovered now is partly what's been in existence all along. It's practices that weren't lost, but the channel was turned off. Today's panel presents a number of positions, two practitioners, Paula McCarthy and Esther Charlesworth, who've invented and shaped and responded as well to contingent events to craft their own career paths and identities. Esther is the founding director of Architects Without Frontiers Australia. Paula McCarthy worked for DEGW, an innovative practice in strategic briefing and workplace organisation, and now works for Ducon Construction, and is a consultant, amongst other things, in strategic spatial briefing. We're joined as well by three members of a new young multidisciplinary collective, Chenyi Lim, Amelia Borg and Timothy Moore, who will talk about their mode of collective multidisciplinary organisation. And finally, we have Rory Hyde joining us, who worked for MVRDV. That's the first time in my life I've ever been able to say that firm's name properly. That's a big achievement for me. I can't spell Rem Koolhaas's surname either. I've written the name down so many times, it's obviously some kind of symptomatic Freudian blockage that I've got. Rory's also a colleague of mine at Melbourne University, and author of a really fantastic book that came out last year, Future Practice, published by Routledge, which I recommend to you. A series of really engaging interviews about expanding the sphere of architecture. I'm going to try and keep my wonderful, unruly panellists to a speaking time of 5 to 7 minutes. I think I've already given way a little bit. We're going to talk particularly afterwards about different career paths, about diversity. One of the important ways that we rethink architecture is through our proximity to other disciplines. And you can see in some of our graphs here that there are a number of people in architecture who have training in other disciplines or work in kind of para-architectural areas. So there's a series of multidisciplinary questions in the panel. And as well, I'm interested in the idea of specialisation. So we still currently train all of our architecture students to be generalists. But in fact, what we see amongst the panel here is there's some very particular specialisations around humanitarian aid work or strategic spatial briefing and management consultancy. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Esther Charlesworth of Architecture Without Frontiers Australia. Thanks, Esther.
Working with Architects Without Frontiers, or AWF, over the last decade, I'm often asked by my architectural colleagues in a semi-disgusted kind of way, oh, you're that person who works for poor communities, a do-gooder, save-the-world type, aren't you? You lived and worked in Beirut and Bosnia. Why didn't you stay here, do your time in a blokey office and work your way through the world of corporate architecture? All of this leading to the unsaid but underlying question, you're not a real architect, are you? It's true in some ways. I'm not working in the traditional spheres of architectural practice. My detour into humanitarian development came about after working in Bosnia 20 years ago, and that detour, in fact, became a road. Since 2002, Architects Without Frontiers have delivered 34 projects in these 12 countries. Our mission is to mobilise Australian design and construction professionals to assist communities in need through the delivery of health and education projects. Our clients or collaborators have ranged from, on the left, an Afghan woman called Maboba to design an orphanage for war widows and orphans in Kabul that was completed in 2007, to in the middle, working with Nepalese monks to build waste facilities in the Pankama Valley in Nepal, and on the right, partnering with the City of Melbourne to deliver 2 mobile libraries after the tsunami in Sri Lanka 7 or 8 years ago. Again, on the left, with RMIT as a client and working with Bureau Architects in Melbourne, we designed and delivered a daycare centre for children affected profoundly by Agent Orange in Hoi An, on the left there. In the middle, Leanne, who's here, and the General Manager of RMIT, is currently delivering a project for AusAid, a women's resource centre in Fiji. And on the right, I've been working with the Cotton On Foundation and Regional Associates Architects in delivering a new set of healthcare projects in southern Uganda. This is a project for an HIV education centre. So we work essentially as design brokers, that is, matching the specific skills of architectural firms, such as Bureau Architects, or here's Sam Crawford Architects in Sydney, who did a project for AIDS orphans in Malawi, with clients, community, and or donors who typically have approached AWF for design assistance. This means reversing the more typical client approaching the architect for a job relationship. In terms of AWF pitching a project or an idea to a foundation, government agency or individual, and then seeing that idea through to construction. Far from these projects, and often war-torn countries that I've been in, as being depressing experiences, this exposure to how the other 90% live and work has redefined architecture for me as a profession working far beyond just being the authors of well-designed objects and environments, to becoming spatial negotiators of urban politics, social justice, and global infrastructure. Karen mentioned spatial agency. Jeremy Till cleverly frames this multiplicity of design practices as spatial agency. Cynthia Smith, in the middle, started off a movement about 7 years ago through the Smithsonian Museum called Design for the Other 90%, and on the right, Right is a seminal book, Design Like You Give a Damn by Architecture for Humanity, and Eric Sazal, who now leads their projects in Haiti or Japan, called this kind of work citizen or risk architecture. So in summary, I do not see the domain of the design not-for-profit as an alternative career path. We do get paid for the services we provide. We're not a volunteer-based organisation. It's just that our clients tend to be marginalised or vulnerable communities rather than multinational corporations or individual clients. Communities that are clearly proliferating with climate change and geographic displacement, with new levels of urban poverty that we see here in Bangladesh that even Jeffrey Sachs would find hard to suggest could be solved through his Millennium Development Goals. In addressing the title of this panel, What are the Possible Futures of Architecture?, I would suggest that my own field, humanitarian design, architecture, development, whatever you call it, is one of many emerging paths for the built environment profession. The technical and creative capacity of architects to rebuilding communities of spatial and social resilience, from Bosnia to Vietnam, from Beirut to King Lake, are vast and yet still strangely untapped. Now, just sort of more on to a local frontier, and I must say I am a Julia lover, so this sort of slide here has slipped in, but I won't be giving a Julia talk. But I just kind of was reflecting recently about a concept, and you might have noticed in Australian politics, like most politics around the world, there's no minister or cabinet position for the built environment, for design or for architecture. So then again, until we redefine our suite of skills as design facilitators and spatial power brokers, we'll always be on the metaphorical backbench where we don't want to be. But AWF, like many other design not-for-profits, are now aiming to sit in the front bench, like Julia, hopefully, in how we procure, maintain and deliver quality and cost-effective spatial solutions. In closing, I've been reflecting on a conversation I had with David Mackey from Bahigas Mackey Architects in Spain about a month ago, with the fact that architects in Spain and Portugal, about more than 80% of that profession, are now unemployed. Speaking with Mackey, he recanted to me after perhaps too many glasses of Vino Rosso that for the first time in his 50-year career, wealthy private or commercial clients were not walking in the door of his practice. European city centres were not begging to be reinvented, as per the Bilbao syndrome only 15 years ago. He stressed that new practices, new types of clients would be needed for the profession to survive, and then in fact he was giving up and retiring because it was all just too much. Is such change really possible within the profession? Medical history suggests yes. Different professions, such as lawyers and engineers, constantly reinvent themselves into new forms of practice. Architects can get over the GFC and realise that every inch of our global terrain and every client, rich or poor, actually matter and are potential clients. So yes, there are multiple futures for the profession, but new modes of practice can only emerge through a radical rethink of the Ayn Rand paradigm in order to get off that backbench and into prime ministerial view. And I'd just like to kind of leave you a bit of an ad with a course that AWF are running with the Red Cross, Arab World Vision, a number of different organisations for people in the built environment wanting to get involved in this sector. And this will be held in Melbourne and in Sydney this year. So you can look at the AWF website if you're interested, or there are brochures at the back. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel today.
Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Chen Li from the Sibling Collective, who I believe is going to give a presentation on behalf of that 8-person collective. And then we've got 2 other members of the collective here who'll be involved in the panel discussion. Thank you.
To talk about Sibling, we need to put us into the environment we emerged from. Registering officially as an architecture practice earlier last year, we established ourselves in a post-GFC world where the old practice of architecture doesn't seem to work so well anymore. What has changed is 2 things. There's a shift in the way people communicate and collaborate, and there's a genuine interest in progress that is shared as a result of this. These 2 points highlight there is no economy today without social interaction. Having emerged, we don't want to say we're a new practice doing something entirely new. Perhaps you could say, or perhaps you could refer to us as an old new type of future, where a social agenda is core to our process, something I guess that architecture has always been interested in. This social practice is demonstrated in the formation of Sibling. With its 8 partners, engagement isn't an individual choice, but an expression of collective commitment. In our operation, when a problem arises or an issue emerges, a rigorous conversation or debate arises, and in a sense, conflict is encouraged. We like to say yes to no. We don't claim to have a definitive answer to everything, but each problem is debated by a cross-section of people and sometimes reflects the workings of a democracy. This year we're working on a children's pavilion in Amsterdam. Last week we just launched the design of a shoe with fashion brand Gorman. And earlier this year we designed and installed an exhibition at the RMIT Design Hub. But I wish to take you back to our first project of our ad hoc formation, and that is the creation of a door that evolved into the design of 4 townhouses, which are about to commence construction. This all happened on Young Street in Fitzroy, in this warehouse. We first came into contact with Young Street when it was a gallery called Y3K. Its first show included fashion and art collectives Blessed, Fabrics Interseason, and Fixed. Sibling, as a group of predominantly architects, were asked to design a new door and entry to the gallery. A simple detail, we retained the existing heritage door and created an extra element so the entry threshold could be its own space and create different apertures between the gallery and the street. When the gallery closed down, we moved in and took over the space as our office in order to design and document the 4 townhouses on site. We occupied it while designing its future, convincing the client that a building shouldn't be left empty. However, not only was this a place for working, but it was also one for sleeping. In fact, there was no separation between work life or home life or social life, as all of us are best friends. We brought a level of domesticity into the workplace environment, and reflecting on this now, we can't ignore the fact that during our formative years in architecture school, engagement with social media became the norm, where the idea of sharing and collaborating in an excessive way with our friends also informed the way in which we wanted to live and work. We found our home could be a place of discussions and arguments and meeting with social networks. Living with the unfamiliar, we started to question, what happens if we make the city domestic? The space began to have a life of its own, and in a short time became a site of events among our profession. Pictured here is a book launch of our friend Rory, Future Practice, and the unofficial exhibition of the Flinders Street competition organised by Edwards Moore, which caused quite a controversy because it wasn't entirely endorsed. The design for the 4 townhouses at Young Street was approached similarly to our very first intervention on the building, the Y3K gallery door. We moved from an investigation into the potentials of a door as a threshold to that of a window. And in this instance, the proposed facade of the building allows occupants to inhabit and control the window and engage with the street and neighbouring residences. The approach of using smaller projects as a testing ground for our ideas and feeding them back into our larger scale projects was an ad hoc process that has now become our formalised mode of practice for this moment. This development reflects Sibling's ad hoc formation, a state of being without bureaucratic structures to solve various problems. It's about improvisation, the force of networks and the search for a new commons. Young Street, for a moment, was a type of ad hoc chain of events and a way to increase social values. We don't want to make any conclusions here about the future of architecture or of what we are going to do. A possible future could already be here in the open and ad hoc state of architecture. Thank you.
something great about the fact that we don't have enough chairs on the stage, and that when one of us sort of means that we're never permanently fixed, kind of like that. Our next speaker is Paula McCarthy. Thank you.
My story is possibly a slightly more personal story about a different trajectory. Throughout my career, I've developed a number of narratives about my life, as well as my experience, skills and career as an architect and consultant. Often different narratives have run in parallel. However, like many of us, I've generally only told one story at a time, subject to context and audience. After much agonising in preparing for today, I will share with you aspects of my multiple lives, which I have generally hidden or played down as partner, mother, new business manager for Ducon Construction, and as principal consultant for Working Dynamics, my own consultancy. The paradox is that more than anything, the multiple narratives have played a strong role in defining my career. In starting architectural studies over 20 years ago, my interest was in a career of form making. It seemed quite straightforward to study architecture and become an architect. However, things changed significantly in first year when I had to develop a brief for a building. And instantly the brief was not such a straightforward thing. It was a recipe for a building, as I called it, and it was a critical component, potentially a catalyst for new types of spaces, experiences and dynamics. At the end of my degree, rather than undertaking a thesis by design, I chose to prepare a written historical and theoretical thesis. This decision was critical. At one level, it reflected my passion and my decision not to pursue a conventional path, although I wasn't entirely conscious that that's what I was doing. And at another level, it was driven by my desire to explore an issue which I was interested about, which has some linkages to our discussion today, about practices that erase difference and create homogeneity. I've always valued architectural excellence, but my skills and interests were about research and the exploration of ideas. A form that complements, in the written form, a form that complements the production of architecture. After graduation, I worked for a number of large architectural firms and tried my hand at being a conventional architect. Then I moved to a smaller, medium-scale practice where I had the opportunity to be a project designer and project architect. I was competent at this role, but to be honest, I was neither inspired or inspiring, like other peers and colleagues. I was ambivalent about the design and project architect role. I knew what a tasty design was, but my interest remained in the beginnings of the process. In 2000, in response to my ambivalence, I took up a newly formed role as research and briefing manager at Bates Smart. One of my former colleagues, a woman, was actually practice development manager at Bates Smart, and she knew about my ambivalence and interests, and which aligned with something Bates Smart were exploring. They were large enough to have a specialist. They didn't want everyone to be generalists, and it was an interesting time of change and rebranding and organisational change. And I contributed in part to this journey and actually learned a lot through it. Over time, my role evolved beyond research and stakeholder consultation to also include business development, as the early discussions, as Esther mentioned, about new projects with potential clients are critical to shaping the form of a potential project. During my time, I remember being in Sydney working with a professional services firm in their new headquarters. I was in the boardroom facilitating a meeting of 20 male directors of the company. When the managing director said, "Paula, what do you normally do in this situation?" No one actually named what the situation was, but both client and architect knew that the leadership team was split over a choice between historic and emerging spatial models, the choice of which would have a profound impact on the performance of their business and organisational culture. I'm ashamed to admit it, but here I go. I answered something like this: it's our role as architects to explain the different models and their operational implications, but then it's your role as the leadership team to make a decision together. At one level, we all know this was true, but both the MD and I knew that the leadership team was stuck, and he wanted and needed me to step into the breach and facilitate the difficult discussion about the split in the leadership team. I didn't feel fully equipped to do this in a productive manner, so I did not. However, I started to search immediately for studies that I could undertake to build my capability and consultancy skills so I would never do this again. In 2002, I started a part-time postgrad diploma in organisational change and consulting at the RMIT Business School. It was an amazing and inspiring course which focused on working with group dynamics, leadership and change.
I learned qualitative research methodologies which profoundly transformed all aspects of my work, including my role as a briefing consultant, enabling me to really take an end-user focus where I could open up the conversation rather than be scared of how I was going to deal with it when all the stuff came out. At the end of my degree, after graduating, 8 years after graduating, I left Bates Martin and went to Queensland for a sea change with my partner, also an architect. Another one of my secret lives I kept secret while we worked together because we were afraid that I'd be discriminated against in the organisation. And I was in my mid-30s and we thought perhaps we should have a baby now, which luckily in the following year we did. During my pregnancy and following the birth of our oldest child, Hugo, I worked as a practice management and business development consultant for a number of leading architectural firms in southeast Queensland. This role drew on all of my diverse skills, which I hadn't realised I'd really developed, in branding, marketing and communications, legal contract negotiations, business development, project and team management and organisational dynamics. One of my early consulting clients wanted to employ me, but I didn't want to be owned. I wanted to be free and set the time and tempo of my work. I remember hiding my pregnancy from him as long as possible until I actually fainted in his office one day and had to admit, as I was concerned it may end our collaboration, because I knew he had an unconscious bias about working with women with children, even though he had his own. Fortunately it didn't, and we continued to work together. In 2007 I came back to Melbourne and I contacted a former colleague who was the director at DEGW. Subsequently I was employed because they valued my blend of skills in briefing, architecture, interiors and consultation. It was incredibly interesting, and for example I developed the brief for the prototype for a new police station when Justine Nixon was Police Commissioner. She wanted to change the culture of policing and she knew she had to change the physical environment that the police were working in. And I had the pleasurable experience of presenting to Justine Nixon where there was 16 men around and the conversation was between the two of us. I also undertook a national research project for one of the big banks, exploring, and there's some connections to today, the impact of flexible and mobile working on their property portfolio. What does it mean if all their women are working at home, and what are the implications for the built environment? And I also helped organisations prepare for new spaces, because it's one thing to brief and create new spaces, but what do the people do when they actually get into them? It's a kind of a conversation that's not often had about preparing the users for the space. It was project work and it was very demanding and it often involved very extensive travel and very long working hours. My agreement was to work 3 days a week, but it was difficult to set the time and the tempo of this role. One sometimes hear employers complain about accommodating part-time work for mothers, but the undiscussed issue is that sometimes they don't really try and accommodate it within the allocated workload. And I remember saying on my 3rd day, but actually how can I do this other project when I'm working 3 days a week? It didn't change the outcome, I still did the project. The MD of the company at the time, who coincidentally used to be the managing director of a large national architectural practice, actually told me that the ideal consultant for the company was an unmarried man in his late 20s. You can imagine my response. In late 2009, I left DEGW and had my 2nd child, Miles. During and immediately following my pregnancy, I dropped back into being a sole practitioner and produced a couple of renovations for my buddies, and started to prepare for my briefing consultancy. A year later, when Miles was about a year old, a former colleague from my undergraduate years asked me to assist him with business development for his architectural practice. I worked with him and his team on a consultancy basis for some time, and it was great because it got me out of my home office again. About 2 years ago, attending an industry event, I met my current employer, the managing director of Ducon. He talked to me about his challenges and priorities for the business, and I responded very honestly with my thoughts. He was a bit taken aback and asked me if I was available to work as a consultant with him to help him work through some issues. I worked with Ducon for over a year as an external consultant until mid-2012, when I joined their team part-time as their new business manager. With Ducon, my knowledge and experience as an architect is integral to a creative role, focused on breaking down the sometimes adversarial relationship between architect and builder, creating strong collaborations and producing the best projects in Melbourne. Ducon's 2 male directors understand and accept I have young children, as well as my own consultancy business. They know about my other lives. They provide me the flexibility to pursue occasional consulting projects when required, and I'm frequently amazed at the irony, but working with this particular building company, I'm treated with more professional respect, have more flexibility to care for my children, work remotely, and fairer remuneration than ever in my career. In fact, when I was negotiating my remuneration, Peter, the managing director, said to me, Paula, we could do this, but I don't think it will be fair for you, and I think we'll be exploiting you, and I don't want that to be the basis of our relationship, so I think we need to rethink this. I nearly fell off my chair. What I value immensely is not just being a member of the senior management team, which I have been in other organisations, but that their culture enables me to raise any idea and issue that I feel needs to be addressed. Ideas and issues are considered, debated, and then acted on. So often in my career as both employer or consultant, I have given or watched others give constructive input to organisations, but nothing has changed. I'm sure you all have too. In my current role, I have complete agency and autonomy and work as part of a functional and enjoyable team. Whoever would have thought, they're builders. In closing, I realise that I thrive on change. My career and expertise are all about change. I find inertia to change disillusioning and demotivating. In looking back at my career so far, I realise that in managing multiple, often parallel narratives and lives, I've been like a chameleon, adaptive, creative and responsive to my situation, determined by context. Architecture is a creative and exciting endeavour. In my view, the priority and challenge is always to remain open to developing the right recipe for the context, both in terms of one's own life and work. In conclusion, it's taken me my entire career to date, especially since I've had children, to come to terms with and accept in a positive way, as I finally do now, that, as Anne-Marie Slaughter said in her seminal article in The Atlantic, women still can't have it all. I can't believe I'm saying that because my mother's been saying that to me all my life. Because if you try, some of the most important aspects of your life, your family and your friendships, will be compromised. Thanks.
Our final panellist, Rory Hyde. Rory has asked me to stop him at the 7-minute mark, so I'm not being rude if I intervene in his presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Parlour for inviting me and for putting on such a terrific day. I am going to talk about my book, Future Practice. It published last year. It looks at alternate futures for the profession. These alternate futures are told through a series of interviews. So I've sort of developed a sort of prototypical idea or a role, and then that's illustrated through a particular person who's operating in that way on the ground really today. So, and even though just to try and tie it in with the theme today, even though I didn't have a kind of quota or set out to find, you know, women that could represent these roles, that it ended up with 7 out of 17. And I think that's a symptom of, you know, so we have people like Natalie Jeremijenko, who's studied architecture, ended up in developing a field called environmental health with NYU. People like Lynette Brettles, who's the publisher of Volume. Jeannie Gang, of course, terrifically well-known architect out of Chicago. Camilla Bustamante, who is not an architect but studied communication design and is now a sort of activist in transport-related issues. And other people like Mel Dodd, who I'm sure you all know, and whose practice Muff was mentioned earlier. So there's a kind of, I guess, a trajectory of people there, or a nice diversity of roles. I guess to try and sum it up really briefly, most of the positions come down to these 6 ideas. Architects need to engage in economy. We need to think more ecologically, both environmentally and at a systems level. We need to operate strategically. We need to be more present in the media, and some of these ideas have come up already this morning. We need to think on larger scales, and we need to think on longer terms. Now, that all seems kind of, and normally what I do then is kind of unpack each of those terms, but I thought what I'd do today is to try and, sorry, just with this, with the woman thing here, help me out, is what I wanted to say is that I think this is a symptom of where these graduates go. You know, we talk about the disparity between registered architects, and I think this is a really encouraging sign that they're leaving architecture because the business model is broken, and actually they're expanding the definition of the practice and including more diverse roles for what architecture can be. So that was the point I wanted to make there. Apologies for my... I thought I'd kind of try and do one really quick project, which is a new thing I've been throwing around, which tries to sum up these points. It's called Unsolicited Fisherman's Bend. Unsolicited architecture is a sort of part of my practice, which is about being proactive and not waiting for the phone to ring. So it's a sort of way for architects, I think, to reclaim some relevance socially and within the broader discourse. So first of all, you all know where it is. It's been in the news a lot. On paper, it looks like a great idea to transform this area from industrial into residential. And of course, it started with all the best intentions. This is Ted Baillieu announcing the project. High density doesn't have to be high rise. Unfortunately, what we've ended up with is that the government has no structure plan, and we have these sorts of claims in the age, the race for Asian money to try and just flog these sites off to Chinese developers and build it as quick as possibly. So what we end up with is projects like this. This is proposed at the moment. It's under deliberation. Terrific bit of design there. Another 60 stories here. This is also on Ferris Street. A colleague of mine with the radio show we do, Simon Knott, said he spoke to one of the wind engineers in town who's got 20 towers on his books for Fisherman's Bend. So I guess what I would like to say, the current strategy will lead to the worst part of Melbourne ever to be built. There's just no leadership, no foresight, no strategic thinking, and we're going to end up with something that makes Docklands look like an urban paradise. So what's to be done? This is the unsolicited strategy here. First of all, we don't need the towers. Places Victoria have said that we need 50,000 people, or their aim is to get 50,000 people down there. This is the work by a student of mine, Andrew Wong, at the University of Melbourne. He's done the numbers. He's indicated that with 3 and 4 story perimeter blocks, low rise, medium density, this type of stuff that Ted Baillieu is talking about, you can get 50,000 people in there with 4 and 5 stories. So that's the first thing. That should take that off the table. And the other aspect to that is that it's a swamp. So this is a photo from 1950. So to build high-rise on this, you can see the water over here. It's a very sort of low-lying area. So to build towers there requires expensive deep piling, so it's completely sort of upside down. Anyway, the third step, I would say, is to look at the place itself. Nobody seems to have done that. There's this assumption, which is a very dangerous one in architecture, which is about tabula rasa, or that we can just clean this from the side of the place. So there's actually really good stuff happening down there. This is the Globe Hub, which is a skateboard brand who've moved their operations down there into a former chocolate factory, and it's become a real creative hub. So they've done up this their offices there. Instead of putting in internal cafeteria, there's a cafe on the corner. That's the cafe. Another friend of theirs has moved in, who's a hairdresser. This is Fab. He's created this amazing contraption on my head. This guy, I'm not sure why this guy's getting a haircut. There's a skateboard ramp inside for the staff to, test their decks that they're designing. And just recently there's a beer brewing company moved in next door, and they also do classic cars meet every Saturday. So it's kind of like, it's not nothing. There's a real cultural hub that's developed there spontaneously without any intervention. And also they're really doing stuff. So what the economists have been talking about for decades, the return of making things in the city. It's really happening there right now. It's a real success story and potentially a prototype for what the area could become. So Meanwhile, talking about employment and economics, we've got this going on where the real manufacturing sector is, hemorrhaging jobs as cost goes up and work is offshored. This is a real disaster for Geelong, of loss of skills, employment, economic sustainability. But the thing about these modern car plants is that they're all run by these orange arms which can do everything, and they're set up to be adaptable. You can build whatever component you need. It's all about supply chains, shifting demand, very rapid response to changes in the market. So the idea that I'm proposing is that we should build Fisherman's Bend in Geelong. That the government, when they get this great present from Ford as part of their reparations, will have a nice new car factory, and they can get the robots to make houses. The RMIT have one of these robots, so it's not such a leap to think that we could repurpose this thing instead of making novel forms to actually work out how to drive this factory. And even better would be to wait for that factory to close, which is General Motors across the street. Now, yes, it's naive, yes, it's utopian, yes, it's idealistic, yes, it's half-baked, but I would say that that's actually what we need more of today, living under the regime of there is no alternative capitalist realism. So, and this is a quote I found from Tony Judd last night, who I just thought summed it up beautifully. Idealistic and naive, who now believes in such shared ideals? But someone has to take responsibility for real leadership, long-term thinking, and importantly, build a new industry out of the pieces of the 20th century. So, and this is really my final slide, which is a quote from Wouter van Stiphout from an interview I did for the book. If you really want to change the city, or you want a real struggle, a real fight, then it would require re-engaging with the things like public planning or government or large-scale institutionalised developers. I think that's where the real struggles lie, that we re-engage with these structures and these institutions, this horribly complex dark matter. That's where it really becomes interesting. So yes, this idea of the dark matter, the 95% of the universe we can't see, which makes the 5% that we can possible. So I guess it's a call for us to get involved in this city, to get out of the offices, to engage with the big issues, to be proactive, tackle the hard problems. I think this is how we're going to fix architecture, and hopefully that leads to fixing some of the other issues that we've got on the table today. Thank you.
Thank you. What a fantastically diverse set of presentations. It was wonderful, thank you. I'm probably just going to ask one question, and interestingly, I think one of the topics that we've all touched on in different ways is money, economics and finance. And I just wondered if people wanted to make a contribution to that remark. I saw an interview on the ABC yesterday morning with the UK CEO of Social Enterprise, who was talking about the way in which in this period of austerity, particularly in Britain, there's an enormous range of services that have contracted, and there are new social enterprises that are using sometimes microfinancing models that are stepping into the breach. So I just wondered if any of you had a comment on kind of rethinking the business model of architecture, I guess.
Well, I think firstly, it gives you an opportunity to think of value. And I mean, money's just an abstract system of exchange. It's not really a value in a way. So the first question a sibling will get is, how do you afford to pay directors' salaries? There's 8 of us. How do you make your business run? And, you know, we're economically kosher, but at the same time, we have a different value system in terms of how we value teaching within our office as well. So teaching is of value and is within our office, and also all the other activities we do as well. So there is a social value. There's also a sweat equity value. So people who work within our office on non-paid jobs, that's also of equal value to a paid job as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Esther, did you?
Yeah, look, we're quite often asked by a whole range of people from sort of very small, impoverished NGOs to much larger foundations to quantify what our value add is. You know, why do we need your services? And that means that we have to come forward with some empirical data
on actually what is the value add if we do this building. We will, the literacy rate will increase by 70%. The health, general health levels of kids 7 to 9, will improve. And I think as architects, we're not trained in that sort of empirical data. And I think, Paul Falleris's story of Health Habitat is very good in that regard. That's how he caught the ear of the federal minister, Jenny Macklin, in getting support for his whole program. It's now been stopped, unfortunately. But I think it's perhaps a skew to your question, but it wasn't until much later in my career that I understood that if you're not speaking the same language as other people in terms of those actually facts and figures, what you're adding, nobody's particularly interested in saying we'll create a good design. That seems to kind of be a no-brainer. That's why we've come to you. But if you can actually come forward and justify your project in those kind of other terms or other values, then people start to kind of get the puzzle.
I think this is what Bill Drouser was saying earlier about, learning to talk to your different client groups in the language that their discipline uses. Rory, you had a...
Yeah, I was just going to mention another project I've been involved with, which is called Brickstarter. I mean, you mentioned this different models of funding. This is an idea of combining crowdfunding with the urban environment that's been put together by the Helsinki Design Lab. We've got a book that's it'll come out next week. And yeah, it's interesting as a model in that Laurie earlier was talking about patronage and about privilege, and it potentially, pulls the rug out from underneath these this idea of the commissioner and the architect. I mean, you can create a campaign, you can create your own market in a way. You can create your own interest in a project. And that's one way to generate leverage outside of the formal established systems.
I suppose one thing that comes to mind for me is thinking about the working with the builder is the drive for competition, and then going back to that comment about best value, that it's like the race to the bottom in the whole industry. Like, there's no public funding available for hardly any buildings. All the architects fee bidding. The people commissioning the work don't care about design or the quality of the built environment in the long term. Not all of them, but if I can make that kind of win. And I think that, and people get to the end and they just want anyone to produce it. It's like it doesn't matter what people's skills and expertise are and what value they bring. So everything's about competition for survival. And I think that's a systemic issue where there's less collaboration and more competition for survival.
One thing that you have touched on is perhaps developing different methodologies, particularly in terms of data collection and explanations of what the value add of architecture is. And I know you just made a comment about that, but I wondered if anyone else had anything to say about what kinds of new methodologies we might develop.
I think Rory, touched on with Unsolicited as well, and also pitching his Unsolicited project of Fisherman's Bend. I mean, it's this idea that you do not wait for the phone to ring, and if the market model doesn't work or it is a race to the bottom, then you do need to generate your own methodologies. And Chin said earlier, it's the economy of social interaction today. There are so many tools out there for you to use to generate your own source of funds, and it doesn't have to be through volunteer effort. You can actually have economic models for these.
And I think the other thing to mention is that Chin also touched on is that as our practice has developed a system in which we sort of use smaller projects as a platform for research, which then might feed back into bigger.
So you test out the risk as well.
Exactly.
Rory, did you have anything more to add?
Yeah, the unsolicited thing, I guess, is one way of dealing with that. It's a particularly kind of difficult one to sustain if we want to connect it to this economic thing. But ultimately, I think that if we can reposition the types of things that people come to us to do, I see this as a transition. It's like if we can show some leadership in the built environment rather than just curating our own website portfolios about nice details, then I think people will start to come to us when there's an issue with the city. And at the moment, they're not. And I think that's the big sort of reason why we're complaining about relevance. So so I think that if we can reframe what we do as kind of custodians for the built environment, a much more publicly minded role, then we can reposition ourselves more relevantly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting describing it as a moment of transition and change, because sometimes we're trained to be such direct problem solvers. Often as a theorist, if you start to talk about a problem, then people say, and what's the other model? What's the outcome? What's the new model you're offering us? To somehow live in speculating in different kind of futures and different methodologies, rather than having the solution there, but kind of continuing to work on the dialogue, I think is a challenge too for our discipline in terms of our training. Yeah.
And I think that the discipline suffers from a culture of entitlement, that it's manifest in the issues we talk about within Parlour about wanting pay equity and all those things, but it's like, and I suppose the thing is that it's sort of comes back to what you say about activism and getting up and actually starting to show leadership through followership.
I'm sure we would have some questions or comments from the floor. I think we've got quite a bit of time. We've got 25 minutes, so. But we value what you've got to say.
I just thought a lot of what was said was absolutely right, but there are many architects or people who are trained in architecture who are out there doing exactly what Paul is doing, what Roy's been talking about, working in government. There are people here doing that. I was fortunate to have that experience where the way we think is different, and we actually are fantastic at not just facilitating, but saying there is a solution, we can work anything out, any problem you've got we can solve, which can be quite radical for a lot of people who aren't trained in architecture. But we don't acknowledge that they're architects or value them in architecture. So I guess I wanted to say, how do we, as part of what Esther was saying too about what we call the traditional role, and I've talked about that as well, the Ayn Rand, the Howard Roark kind of thing, how do we acknowledge that those people are architects? Because in doing that, that will also help reposition architecture in society and show that that is what architects are in a fundamental way, not just the ones who are doing great buildings, who are also important. But so I guess that's a comment/question. How can we elevate awareness that those people are architects by valuing them fully as part of the architectural community or the profession?
I think one thing we could do is have a much more expanded award system. Why don't we have an award for the best pro bono architect, for the architectural firm that's got the best gender equity, we have a very antiquated award system which is tied to the production of a particular image of architecture. I'm not saying we should get rid of those awards at all, but expand them. If we've got such public visibilities, that would be my response.
And even within the awards that we already give, I think we need to rethink what the criteria is. I mean, I'm tipping that RMIT's Design Hub will win the main award. And I think that's going to be it's the most antisocial building, and I think it's going to be a terrible thing for the Institute to turn around and say, this is the best building in Victoria. People are going to go, really? This is I can't find the front door.
Twitter now, Rory. You are going to be hunted down later.
I'm happy to go on the record with this.
Can I come in there, because I'm a resident of the Design Hub, and I have had public stoushes before with the unnamed architect, so I prefer to decline.
It's too late for that.
On this regard, but the health impact of working in a totally open plan office and seeing a lot of my colleagues have conversations in the toilets and crying in the toilets because that's the only place you can do it, I think it's a sad indictment on a building that costs $75 million. So I don't want to speak to that because it's a bit of a raw nerve because I have to exist there. But to answer the question...
You did sign the video consent form.
I did. I did. But just to come back to Shelley's question, which I think is a really good one, it's a kind of maybe basic thing, but I think it all starts in architectural education. The syllabus is still incredibly narrow. There are no, if I was to teach an undergraduate course again, it'd be how to speak non-archy lingo. You know, de-linguifying, because I'm still kind of amazed in Australia or wherever else, and I get to people's final reviews, I get to PhD reviews, and people can't put a sentence together without some kind of horrific word that nobody understands. How that you need to, again, as cliched as it seems, what are the skills of sociologists, anthropologists, health workers, engineers, doctors, and not going to them after the fact, after the design is finished, but at the start. And I think the most successful and innovative practices around the world, that is the way they're working that way. But those forms of transdisciplinary learning, we are not taught in architecture school. So it's no surprise to me that we end up in this situation when our education is still privileged on the pyramid model. And I believe that right the way through my degree, that somehow I would be anointed by one of these godlike figures, and somehow there would be this kind of osmotic process, how you kind of became like one of them. And it kind of didn't happen for me. So I was kind of out the back room with Kevin Borland in a big office making trouble. So as I said, I mean, working like you are, Karen, in a university and all the time seeing different undergraduate programs, it's no surprise at all to me in the kind of narrow models that we've ended up with, because that's what's presented to us. You know, we go in with dreams, and if you then go into a corporate practice, well, my soul was fairly quickly destroyed. That doesn't have to be everybody's experience, but I didn't know anything about the humanitarian sector until 15 years after graduating. It was just a chance. So if we don't get it right there, I don't know where we'd get it right.
And I mean, one of the reasons I asked you all to be on this panel is because I know that you've crafted your careers both strategically and out of contingent circumstances. So I guess one of the things might be how to take that experience of contingency and then rebuild that back into the architecture school, so we do have these diverse pathways that are talked about as part of the curriculum. That it shouldn't be something that then you have to discover 15 years after graduation, but we have structures to help students see multiple pathways. Do we have any other questions or comments? Sorry, I can't see very well from here. I know Justine's got one.
Well, I guess I would make a comment which relates to something you said earlier, which is also about having a better understanding of the history of our own discipline. It's not, as you said, these things are not new necessarily, or they may be developing, so not only a more complex image of where we are now, but also where we've come from, and there's alternative lineages that we might draw on. So that's a comment, I guess.
We've got a question up here.
More a comment than a question. I just wanted to draw on an experience at the Gold Medal Breakfast in Canberra when Lawrence Neild came to visit us, and he spoke about a practice model for architecture a bit more like medicine, where we've got general practitioners and then we've got pathways for developing very particular expertise, and that got us thinking. And the other thing is to talk about the Architects Act. You know, there's a registration system and an Architects Act which guides us to a particular mode of practice, and it's pretty antiquated.
Thank you. Would anyone like to respond to that?
Yeah, I guess, with medicine, they've got a strong Hippocratic oath, which I think, definitely, I think it's correct in what you're saying, that maybe architects need to reinstate their vows as well in a different way.
Wouldn't that be great if we had to take an oath?
And I think there's also something in that about the losing sight of the end users and the multi-generations of end users, as though they're not relevant to the long-term thing. And when I was at DUGW, we did the brief for the Design Hub, but it was actually set aside. So actually it was about a different kind of experience for the users, but in the end, when it came down to it, it didn't stand because of the other interests.
I knew there'd be unruly. I can't control them. They keep returning to that central point.
And could you expand a little bit more on that idea of designing the brief? Because it's the moment of radical innovation, that first seed, and it's an unencumbered moment, but often for clients, particularly on complex jobs, it's incredibly scary and risky, and they see dollars and you can just see them at the table reaching for their wallet and kind of cringing when you start to talk about these things. So perhaps you can offer some insight.
I think part of the, part of the opportunity is about opening up the exploration of what the brief is and not actually coming with the existing model of what the brief was. When I worked with Victoria Police, if I use that as an example, they had never ever had any consultation with any end users about any police stations ever, except the police. And we ran a workshop with people representing mental health service. It was in Melbourne North Police Station, that was the police station. Mental health services, the hospitals, where Melbourne University, all kinds of community and not-for-profit organisations that were supporting the communities of North Melbourne and Kensington. And they all sat there and said, oh, it's amazing, we're finally having a conversation about what happens to the people we advocate for and support when they walk into this building. And they talked about people not coming into the building because the built environment itself alienated people from reporting crimes. Or even if they made it into the building, they turned around because it was terrifying. And I suppose with high leadership direction, as we had at that time with Christine Nixon, it was, some of the things we did was we developed principles to define the framework for decision making. So when someone said to me, we don't have enough room in the space budget to have a disabled toilet, we'll use the room for drunks where people vomit continuously as the disabled toilet. And I said, well, actually, one of the principles we established was that all users will be treated with respect. And I think we need to find another 12 square metres for the disabled toilet, because putting them in the vomit room is actually not okay. And because we had a framework and we had high leadership thought, but it's hard because it's really terrifying for the clients to let it open up because they're scared of where it's going to go. And I suppose you've just got to be able to contain that and manage that. I recently did a project where the client just opened it all up and then just got terrified and didn't want to keep on going, and wanted to use a model from 30 years ago. And it's, sometimes it really works, and the end users get to say what's going on for them and what their needs are in the different things they do when they work. So, or whatever the model is. I don't know if that answers.
You didn't involve the criminals in the consultation?
No, we didn't. But I remember a young copper going to a police station saying he had to ring up this woman to tell her that he was a traffic policeman. Her husband had been killed in a road traffic accident. And he tried to find a place in the built environment where he could make that call. He knew the woman would never forget the phone call. And he was like 21 and he was telling me about it, and it was just devastating because he said, I made it, and then someone's phone went off and people were laughing in the background, and I should have gone and sat in my car. And I just thought, it really made me feel compassion for these cops, which wasn't a normal perspective, because they were really trying to battle their space, like going to the toilets, to actually do their jobs, doing really difficult work. And, it's really exciting when that can happen, and that's led from a senior level, And I know that when Shelley was working for the OBGA, her and John Denton worked very hard to try to change the way the brief was formulated, because they knew that was the foundation for better spaces and better outcomes long term.
Thanks, Paula. Thank you for that acknowledgement, by the way. But I was going to commend Paula's work, because at that time that was profound, and so was Christine Nixon's work. That was profound, amazing work in police and their culture. But you just reminded me of something that's really important, which is in a way we're kind of separating or polarising design architecture from everything else. But I think you're just illustrating how so enmeshed they are together, and how important excellent architecture is in that equation, and in fact how many architects don't do excellent architecture, and the responsibility we have to do it well, which means listening properly, helping, if you're not writing the brief, working with those who are, and hopefully there are architects helping with writing those briefs, but responding to those briefs, so not just accepting the status quo, which is what happened with police stations for so long. And in fact there seems to be a reversion with the demise of Christine, which is a great loss for Victoria. that it's very easy to go back, and as architects it's easy for us to keep doing what we know as well and not open ourselves up to do better. And that's sort of how we value excellent architecture as well, which perhaps goes back to that building that I won't mention that we've been talking about as well.
I've just got to come into me, and I guess part of that is like, how do we stay in a complex conversation? So having this panel today, and I mean all of us, we're having a discussion about the value of design. We're kind of expanding it, but it's not a binary, it's not polarised, there's not mainstream and alternate, there's not design and anti-design, there's not pro-architecture and anti-architecture. But what is it sometimes about our discipline that prevents us from being in the complexity of a conversation, which doesn't mean we're taking up positions against each other, by having a critical, asking questions and being critical? And how do we stay in complexity? Does anyone have any more? We've still got quite a bit of time.
It's probably building on that same discussion and story, but it just crystallised for me the idea that, the realisation that that briefing, developing the brief isn't a core part of practice, but oh my God, it should be, because that is the value, that's the critical point where the value in architecture happens. And it's the story that everyone at the front is telling is about, it's that unsolicited thing where we have the expertise for greater problem solving. It's not just about a building, it's about a solution, about space, about people. But it's currently outside of what's considered our core things that we charge people for. So maybe that's the change that we're talking about here, is realising the step before that, where the real value is, and that what we should be promoting as architecture is currently still out there for us to grab.
I'm interested in sort of asking a slightly unaskable question, because I think that's, and I'm not an architect, I'm a spy in the room, and I do think architects are very tribal and very close as a group, and think differently. I've worked with them for 20 years. The question is, if architects were to do more of that first process, that investigation, would women do it better than men? Would it make a difference if there were more women designing the public places in our cities? That's sort of going to a question that I'm working partly on in a book I'm writing. What difference would it make if there were more women in the practice of architecture?
I think you should respond to that, Karen.
Well, I'm a feminist theorist, so I mean I have a problem with what we call essentialism, which is where we take one gender and attribute a whole series of attributes to them. And so that's my first response to the question, that each gender is diverse, heterogeneous. There are, Justine and I have been having this conversation a bit in the last couple of days. We think that class might be more of an important issue in architecture sometimes. That the homogeneity of the class base that a lot of architects come from.
Privilege.
Privilege, yeah.
But also the idea that women aren't designing the built environment is pretty problematic. I mean, we've seen the charts, there's less directors, there's less registered architects, but there's, a huge majority of architects working in these practices doing the actual work. So I don't think that there's an idea that women aren't designing the built environment.
So it's authorship of women.
Oh, even the idea of authorship is difficult within these big practices, I mean, or small practices. It's all collaborative, it's all part of a process.
Yeah, and I also find it kind of reverse kind of feminism to even imply that women might be better at designing public spaces and high-rise buildings. Like, it completely depends on the brief, on the client, on the set of circumstances. And because it's always that sort of thing, oh, women will go into interior design, don't they? Or is that interior decoration? Is that interior architecture? You know, like, what do you guys actually even do? And so, yeah, I find sort of putting typologies of buildings with gender problematic.
Absolutely, and that was a kind of a vision of a sort of 70s feminism that I think still circulates, which many of us would contest, but I guess old mythologies die hard.
Yeah.
You know, that what we want to do is have exhibitions where we take photos of tall towers and call them phalluses.
Yeah.
You know, and that was an important project in the 70s because it was also about sexual liberation. So it's about that. It's not the project wasn't wrong, but it was about specific historical circumstances. And I guess as a feminist historian, my understanding is of how much feminism and gender identities change over time. They respond. They're evolved. They shape their own dynamic. And so the interests of feminism, whilst they remain at one level always about gender equity, their focus and investments change over time. So I'm not invested in a kind of stable identity around gender.
I was actually just going to say it was really interesting to see basically everyone talking about economics as well at some point in their presentations. And I think that's really important. I mean, obviously it is. We've talked about crisis in architectural practice as well, but I often wonder whether the crisis really was within the boom times when we were sort of locked into this continual growth but also cutting fees and working in one particular way and benefiting, I guess, short-term in that particular way. And what I think the post-GFC situation represents is actually post-crisis and is actually the levelling of the field and allowing a whole lot of other opportunities and multiple sort of ways of practising to exist, basically because, I mean, why not? If everything else is broken and going bankrupt, you may as well just start with whatever you can. So I actually see it as a really, you know, quite scary, yes, but liberating position to be in.
I'm going to coin that term, post-crisis crisis. It's fantastic. Now, I know we've got a couple of people, I think there's a... Yep.
I just wanted to add on to, it's obviously been well documented and very clear now that the client-driven market model is just no longer sustainable in the post-crisis crisis that we're still in. But one thing that I didn't feel has been touched on today was the huge number of graduates that we're about to see come into the marketplace. And I just wanted to maybe get some comment on that, but couple that with what those graduates that are coming out, the education that they've received and the model of education that they've had, where the studios that we see up here today and the work that Esther does, that this isn't a community and social based learning model that all of our graduates are coming from. We are not exploring the things that Laurie showed of, you know, the urban planning of an abortion clinic and the experience for those people on both sides of that fence. So we're going to have a lot of graduates come out. We've still got an old teaching model in the majority of studios. There's a lot of new great studios doing excellent education work. But then on top of that, they then come into a system where we've got quite an old registration program that is based on the client-driven market, and it's solely focused on that. So I just sort of wondered, what are we going to do next with all these new graduates and models that we know from this panel aren't sustainable?
Well, one of the reasons I asked Sibling is because they are recent graduates and their practice is only 18 months old. So perhaps you'd like to start by answering that.
It's kind of interesting for us because I think out of the 8 of us, we all graduated between sort of June 2008 and December of 2008. So within that period, we sort of all directly entered this kind of post-global financial crisis environment. And I think, I mean, for us, well, I can speak personally, that sort of just meant that I had to be more adaptable with the skills I had and with, you know, what I could do with my skills and how I could still be a part of the architectural world, but maybe not within that sort of, you know, the discipline that was before.
Who's to say that the graduates coming out now don't have some kind of skill, not all of them, but the ones coming through these special studios? I mean, it's not only architects that have been affected by economics, it's actually the developers as well. And a lot of the work I've been doing with Sibling and in a part-time job is briefing developers. They're looking for completely new models that they don't know how to deliver them, they don't even know what they are, and they're looking for architects for these kind of suggestions. So I actually think that maybe a lot of graduates will have these good ideas. It doesn't answer your question though.
Well, it's one of the reasons I asked Timothy, because he has a secret identity in placemaking. and working for developers. So I've just outed
That's
you.
okay.
Were you going to say something, Rory?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the reality is that not everybody is graduating at the moment is going to get a nice, secure job in architecture. I mean, that's just the numbers.
But then I think the other thing to note is that, I mean, that climate also allowed us to form our practice. I think if we had have graduated in that sort of climate before, then perhaps we would have been presented with a more of a kind of safe option in a way. So the fact that we weren't ever sort of given that gravy train that existed before us allowed us all, to explore other options.
I think what you guys is terrific, of course, but I also think that you guys are so resourceful, and that not everybody can do this, unfortunately. And I've found in doing various lectures around universities that there's this kind of optimistic exceptionalism that somehow the crisis doesn't apply to you, which I find really dangerous, actually. That somebody needs to say, it's what you were talking about, and what you mentioned as well, Esther, that it took you 15 years to discover humanitarian architecture. Well, do we need to have a kind of crash course on diverse pathways? Because at the moment, you're not going to just walk into a job, that's for sure.
Rory, I think you're pretty right. The diverse pathways are the way we should be going. But unfortunately, I think the education side of it all is letting us down, because we really haven't learned from the past. We haven't really instituted post-occupancy evaluation studies and case studies that really look at all the various different changes in building types. So much so that there's a missing area of research. You have to really find it if you're really interested, but I would say 90% that are on a program of delivery forget about that. So you get the situation that's rising with the design hub and other things. So where are we going wrong? Is it because we hold on to old criteria that doesn't work, or are we really trying to instigate change within this area of massive change, which unfortunately is affecting the economic bottom line? So we are really at a wonderful crossroads, and I think in a way the pathways that come out of this discussion possibly might flatten all these down and really make everyone start to interlock and interact and save each other ideas and really share them. The whole idea is to share one's experiences so that others may get an understanding of where you're going.
Thank you. That's a terrific description of mentorship as well, I think. I'm afraid I don't want to cut into your afternoon tea time. I'm sorry, we've got a busy... I want you to have enough energy to keep going. Can you join me in thanking my comrades for their presentation?
I love it.
This session is about architectural careers. But in particular, it's about examining those career turning points, the things that have changed the way people have taken up their careers, the sort of pushes and pulls that have set them on the path that they are on. For all of us know that a career is not a straight line. And most particularly for women, careers are generally not straight lines. Mine certainly isn't. And the bends and the cul-de-sacs that we experience are often some of the most rewarding ones. And so it's my great pleasure to have this wonderful panel today to talk about these things. They've just been instructed that they don't get a 5-minute spiel. Instead, I'm going to be quizzing them about various themes. And so if they look a little startled from time to time, it's the surprise factor that I've just pulled on them. But I will introduce them across the board. Right over here on my far right, your left, is Virginia Sanfratello, who's very recently off an aeroplane. She had to go through Sydney and had all the fog-bound fun of that, flying across the Pacific before that. So welcome, Virginia. We have Libby Watson-Brown, who's also joining us here from Queensland. We have Emma Williamson, who's, sorry, it's been a long week. Emma Williamson, and Emma, you're from Western Australia. We have Felicity Stewart, who's based in Sydney. We have Shelley Penn, who's featured already today, and a very late addition to our panel, and we're most grateful that she has. And Catherine Ast from Innisbrook, who's also joined us in Australia in the last day or so, which is fantastic to have. So as I said, this is about career turning points. And in particular, I wanted to frame this about the opportunities that arise from career points. I probably should say just a tiny bit about me. I'm currently a Professor of Architecture. I'm about to take up the Pro-Vice Chancellor Research position at the University of Melbourne, which some people think makes me very elevated, which makes me think that that's complete fiction. All I'm doing is doing a job. I just have a fancy title. I'm fully trained as an architect and I'm an architectural historian, and I ended up in architectural academia because there were no jobs in architecture. And Justine and I were talking about this recently and thinking about those economic booms and busts, and we're both of the same generation and we both had these careers that have been pushed in different directions because of the situation, what it was like when we graduated. But I have to say, it's been great. I don't have clients. I love it. I've got students who I can torture. So, did I say that? Whoops. It's been a really interesting career and I've been very lucky at it, but it has been quite challenging along the way. And I have to say, as a female in academia, I spend most of my days speaking to grey-haired men. And that's very interesting because they're lovely people. But it is so unusual to see such a large array of women dominating a lecture theatre for me. And I must say, it's a great pleasure. And all you honorary women who have joined us, I'm very pleased to welcome you as well, grey hair or not. So we should move on, and I should stop standing because that means that I'm still in lecturing mode, and throw over to these wonderful panel members to talk. May I call you ladies? I'm not going to pick on anyone in particular, but I wanted to start the discussion about opportunities that arise from choices that you've made in your career. And what sort of positive aspects. The choice may not have been something that you wanted to make, but I know various ones of you have made choices to do with relocation based from a partner, choices about the type of practice that you have engaged in, on all sorts of things like that. So I'm going to throw it open, and whoever wants to speak first may do so. Silence! Libby's going first, see?
I'll get it rolling, Julie. Yeah. To say, first of all, that I'm one of those people, and it seems rather boring having listened to the previous session, and you talking about the kind of richness of these varied careers. I'm probably a person who's had quite a linear career most of the time, and so it's been a series of kind of, in a way, sort of stepping through portals in a way, and each time I reached one of those sort of junctures, for me, it was always about the decision about how I had the biggest opportunity to make architecture, you know, because I feel I'm a practicing architect, and it's so much about practice for me and all of the meanings that practice has. So for me, it's been, you know, at each point I've reached a certain point where I've made a decision, and it's always been on the basis of the opportunity to move forward and have more opportunity to do architecture.
Can you give us an example of the type of decision point that you've come to?
Yeah, well, I set up my practice very early, having worked with other architects, on the basis that people wanted me to do work for them directly, you know, having worked in another practice. So that's an enormous privilege. That's been a word that's been used a lot today. And so I saw that as the most amazing privilege and honour that someone would ask me to design, you know, the infrastructure of their life. So that was a step, you know, moving into my own practice. Then did that for, 21 years. So that's why I mean it's a bit boring and linear. But then had an opportunity a few years ago. I was approached by what we would probably all think of as a rather large corporate practice to be their design director, and I agonised over that for another 2 years, so I'm obviously not a quick mover. And then I thought, shit, you know, this is the kind of thing that's an amazing opportunity, whatever you might think of that kind of system. You know, how amazing again, you know, like starting out practice, how amazing to actually be handed this opportunity on a platter. And I thought, shit, I probably won't be good at it, or, you know, like whatever, but I don't care anymore, I'm just going to dive in. And so at my age, and Emma and I have spoken about this before, I just want to be useful. You know, I just want to actually do stuff. And for me, it's always been about making architecture. So I just saw that as another opportunity to do other stuff, and what a golden opportunity. So that's what it's been about for me. Just at every opportunity, just having the opportunity, to do work. And that's kind of where I think empowerment comes from. I think empowerment comes through the work itself. Yeah. And I think to be generous, you know, we need to work out, and we've been talking about it today, how we actually, through our own actions, empower not just ourselves, but everyone in the room and beyond. And for me, it's through the actual act of making architecture. So I've done the speech now. And it's not really answering your question, but there've just been a few steps that are in a kind of a linear progression along the way. Yeah. And at each point it's been going through, like Alice through the looking glass to the next stage, because it was rather interesting what was there from the point of view of actually making architecture.
Shelley, you referred earlier today a little bit about the perhaps less linear progression of your career. Do you want to talk about some of the choices and the opportunities that have come through that?
Yeah, well, I have sort of chopped and changed quite a bit, and for me that's been listening to Libby sort of talking about a combination of questioning the value of architecture. So I also have been very passionate about architecture and started out wanting to be a great architect, and so what you do is you go and be Howard Rourke and you just work flat out, and I sort of had a fairly traditional, in that linear sense, sort of upbringing in architecture, from studying in my third year out, going and working in a small fabulous practice that was doing excellent work, and that I really found that personally transforming and wonderful and inspiring, and sort of did that and went from that to my own practice. I came out in a recession as well, so although there was a little break in the middle there where I graduated, having done a year out and 2 years of study working for this fabulous practice and loving it, graduating thinking that's it with architecture. In fact, I never wanted to do it. I didn't mean to get into it in the first place, and I'm bailing out. So I went and did a course in creative writing, which is what I really wanted to do and still really want to do, and worked in George's, which was a beautiful old department store we had here, and I inevitably got bound up in helping them because they were doing a renovation. I didn't do design, but I helped. But I sort of then got drawn back into architecture, and I don't know why, but I did, and I went back to that practice, did my own thing for a while, and after 7 years of doing my own practice where I really worked hard and loved it, and I think I was doing some okay work that was starting to get some recognition, I kind of decided I'd had enough, because I was highly stressed, not doing anything else, not seeing friends or family, and that didn't seem to matter in a way, and I was very devoted to nutting out every architecture and loving it, but at the same time having this, waking up at 4 a.m. every morning, having stress and anxiety, and thought, if I keep doing this for another 20 years, what's going to be the difference? The only difference is hopefully I'd have a few nice buildings under my belt, but that didn't seem enough at that time. So I had sort of a year of angst over that as well, and mainly my angst was a partner was moving into Stead. There was an opportunity for me to drop everything, and I thought maybe I'll go too. The angst was I'm throwing away any credibility I have as an architect if I don't keep doing this. What I'm supposed to do is now look for bigger projects, graduate, build my practice. That's what I'm supposed to do, and I sort of really struggled. I was fortunate to meet and I'm mentioning this because it was meaningful, it's continued to be meaningful, to meet a vocational psychologist on a 1 hour flight or 1.5 hour flight from Melbourne to Sydney, and I sort of sat next to her, and it was it's true. It was instructive on two levels. One, in the perils of bigotry, because I got on the plane and I don't like talking to people on planes, and there was a group of grey-headed Americans talking vocally, and they were obviously on holiday or something, and I thought, oh God, I don't want to talk to retired Americans who are chatty and friendly. I just want to keep to myself, so I was quite bigoted. I sat down, opened my book, the meal came, I was hungry, I had to eat, the woman immediately said, so, you know, what are you reading? And I said, you know, I want to just deflect the conversation to her, and so I sort of, she said, oh, what do you do? And I'm an architect, but I'm not sure I want to be. I said to her, what about you? And she said, I'm a retired vocational psychologist. And so I said, fantastic, we've got an hour, can I talk to you, please? And this happened, and she was very generous and actually said, look, I won't do a session with you, but two key messages. One is take your work seriously, but don't take yourself seriously. That was really critical, and I think it's very relevant. I was in that headspace of the serious architect. That was about me, it wasn't about the work. And the other one was to test the alternatives. And so that was a really seminal shift for me, and I said, okay, right, and I'm going to do it. And so I dropped my practice and I left my membership at the Institute, went to Sydney and was liberated for a while. But by having done that, I was then in a position that somebody approached me and said, would you be interested in working with the government as a design director in the office of the New South Wales Government Architect? And so I thought, oh, that's public work, maybe that's more meaningful, because I was worried that another beautiful living room wasn't going to change the world. Maybe public work could. And you know, I'll stop because I'm going for too long, but that led to me then doing a mix of a whole range of things and getting to a point at 45 where I thought, oh, guess what, I can define it myself and I can do it my way. So a combination of questioning, but also finding what was right for me, which is not wanting to work for anybody else, wanting to juggle, work from home, have my kids. So there's a personal thing, but there's also the meaning and value of architecture. And yep, I've taken too much time, so I'll
That's
stop.
all right. I think we'll come back to the issue of family impact on choices later in the session. Virginia, perhaps I can call on you to talk. I mean, I know that you moved with a partner and the choices that brought about.
Yes, so I also had a very non-linear career. I started working for a fabulous small firm in New York. I thought, this is great. This is how I see my future playing out, becoming an associate and a partner, etc. And then I decided to get married. And my husband lived in South Carolina, which, if you know the United States, is really like the country, right? There's no architecture in the western part of South Carolina. So I thought, well, what am I going to do here? And I decided to teach, to look for an opportunity to teach, because I thought I had something to share. I had a fantastic education. I had a great 10 years of practice in New York. And several schools offered me the opportunity to teach architecture studios and seminars. And I took on that challenge and discovered that I really loved it. I loved teaching, but I also loved learning, which wasn't something that I thought about going into it, but it has become an opportunity for me to experiment and to research. And now that research has actually turned into a new business that I've started in the last year or two. We have a design studio, kind of a somewhat more traditional design studio called Rail San Fratello Architects, but we have spun off into a 3D printing studio, which we've set up more like a tech company rather than a design studio, because we feel like eventually we'll have to attract IT people, software engineers, material scientists. And being in Silicon Valley, which is where I'm now, a long way from South Carolina, it's a whole new model for an architect to think about forming a business that is based on architecture. The end goal is to design a building, but kind of a different way to arrive at it, a different structure to arrive at it.
Catherine, can I ask you about some of the choices that you may have come across that turned into opportunities?
I mean, in my case, it's also more kind of a linear career, I would say, because maybe I didn't have so much choices. You know, I don't think that we have so much choices. I was always driven by what happened. So first of my career as a student, I fortunately get pregnant, and I get a daughter with 26 years. So it was quite in the middle of my studies, and that was very good. I see that now, and I always say to my students, to my female students, it's better you get babies earlier. It's better to get the babies early, because you definitely have to have time to work between 35 and 50. And then what comes out of it was when I finished study with 30, which is quite normal in Austria, is that I get a job as an assistant, as a half-time job at a university in Innsbruck, and this teaching time was also a very good experience for me, and I really also loved to teach. And I think it was a very good time to find myself and to take a position in architecture. But after opening and founding my own office in 2005, I think, of course everything get very busy, and then I just try to react and to stay authentic. I think that's very important, and to stay independent. And I have a partner, as an associated partner, Frank Ludin, and we started as a couple, of course, in a relationship. We started the office in a relationship, and of course, maybe that's shocking for you, but the relationship, and maybe that's one of the most significant in this job, is that, of course, the relationship fade, and the office is still growing.
Successful outcome.
But that's how it is.
Felicity.
Well, my career has been very short in that I'm 30 years old and I graduated in 2008. But it's been very rapid since then, since graduating. And my career, I guess, has also been quite linear. I've had a sort of box-ticking kind of trajectory in that I, sort of worked really hard at uni, did well, got jobs after uni, but then I got to a certain point, and I think this was the career moment for me, was realising that my architecture degree never addressed the scale of what I was interested in. So I think architecture, obviously, it satisfied me and I found it extremely interesting, but as I got to the end, my graduation project was, I think I was trying to get to something which I didn't realise was urban design, but I couldn't quite understand what that was at the time. So I recently went to, talk about privilege, I recently was very lucky to go and study in New York at Columbia University and did a Masters of Urban Design, which has totally blown open my thinking about the possibilities of architecture, it was actually called Masters of Architecture and Urban Design, so it was both. But it made me think a lot in the last discussion about whose job it is to try to imagine the city. And I think that, it just made me think about how much I've been trying to find a scale at which I wanted to think about the city, and that I felt I wanted to contribute at that scale. And for me, the big challenge of having an interest like urban design is that I'm very young, and I think architecture and urban design, urban design, I think for the most part is being led in this country by a much older group of people, and is very much undeveloped as an area and as a field of expertise. So going to New York and seeing, I was there during the Occupy movement, which, whatever success that had, it was a very, very interesting time to be in that city. And whilst we were looking at New York and the city and the mechanics of New York City and who owned what and freedom of public space and all these kind of really interesting ideas, we then went to Ghana, to Kumasi in central Ghana in West Africa, where we took some of those ideas and tried to see how they translate into a totally different environment. So freedom in Manhattan was totally different to freedom in Kumasi in Ghana. Community, but some of the same ideas rung true. And both of those experiences in those two very different cities have really changed the way I think about public space, particularly freedom within our built environment, the opportunities we have to actually shape and affect our built environment. I've been thinking a lot about how free we actually are in our society to change and affect things, and I think it's made me a much more, there's a certain humility that's come with realising that I'm not I think when you're at uni, you sort of have this real God complex, like you have the power to change and affect everyone's lives, and but at the end of the day, architects make buildings, but it's the people that make communities within those things, and that was the big epiphany for me. So I would say my career-changing moment was sort of standing in the street in Ghana and realising that a little girl selling pineapples on the corner of an intersection was more free than we are, and yet she's living in the, she's in the third world, and I had all these preconceived notions about Ghana and what I would find there, and those thoughts have come into a project that my very new practice, Stuart Hollenstein, we've just won the Green Square competition in Sydney. So yeah, those experiences have very much shaped the thinking that have come into this project, which is essentially about creativity in the public realm and trying to bring soul to new urban spaces.
I'd like to pick up on an aspect of that, is that you've talked about the sort of the new world, or the new opportunities that the relatively young discipline of urban design offers. Are there opportunities in spaces and places that are not yet fully defined? A way of forging different ways of doing things, that opportunities come when the structure doesn't work possibly. And I know that we spent in our last session quite a lot talking about the system being broken. I don't necessarily want to get into that further, but to look at the opportunities, and can you identify, and I'm coming back to the whole panel, opportunities that might have come where something isn't defined, where there isn't an accepted track to go down, and have you found opportunity in doing that?
I see opportunities when I interact with our clients who I think would benefit from having someone with an architectural qualification who is involved in something like the brief writing and scoping or the advocacy for the built environment. And I think that there's a huge opportunity that is not presented in architectural education for people to think about that as a career choice. I think that the definition of an architect is very narrow when someone leaves in 5th year, and their sense of being good at what they've studied at university is very narrowly defined, is my feeling. But those things are pretty valid. And I did have in my non-linear career a rather large chapter of working as an academic, and I was quite a strong advocate for this idea that you might somehow be able to specialise, and one of the worst things that we possibly do to the built environment is actually give everyone a licence to design. Because some people aren't good at it, and I don't think it's any good for their self-esteem to spend 5 years being demoralised at university when they could be very good at something else. So why don't we make them good at that thing and try and describe career pathways for those people, is what I think.
Part of that's that we were talking about earlier about valuing the different ways that people contribute. So,
yeah.
One of my dear friends at uni was, she never saw herself as a great designer, but she was passionate about history, and she's become a very highly regarded heritage architect who tends to do a lot of advice and analytical work. But that work still isn't tended to be valued as highly as the design. So there's that sort of aspect. So it's not, I think it's probably more about even the best designers are limited. There's very few who do it all well, really. We've talked, there are buildings that we know are awarded or are excellent in many ways, but don't get it right, and the urban realm is one of the big areas that I think we're becoming better at understanding in terms of the need as part of an essential aspect of good design is that responsiveness. But anyway, I'm sort of thinking none of us is great at everything.
But also I think that the traditional role of the architect, and this idea that you leave and you think you're going to be anointed, or that you are on some sort of pedestal and that you're the master of this domain of the built environment. In actual fact, in every encounter, because my life now is in practice, is I can see the role of the architect being, we would probably call it diminished, but really maybe we should just say it's changed. Maybe it's not diminished. Maybe we just need to say, okay, so let's try and get ahead of this a little bit. We know we're going to interact with project managers and planners and urban, and let's be part of that conversation.
Part of it's also, sorry,
No, you go.
part of it's why you do it. So for me, the driver was always, I wanted to make a positive difference in people's lives. I wanted to touch people's souls. And it seemed to me initially, with it through a narrow filter, that was by designing beautiful buildings. That's what I was trying to do. And that's why I left, because I thought, I'm not changing the world doing nice little projects.
But there's lots of ways of designing beautiful buildings.
Well, no, but then there's lots of ways of improving people's lives, is what I was getting to. And architects do it in many ways. So for me, jumping to have which opened up the opportunity to work in the public realm was, well, maybe this can be it. And it could in many ways, but not necessarily if you didn't do it right. So, Paula's work in brief writing and actually making an educated client is profoundly important and has a huge impact in terms of improving people's lives. So maybe it's not that you want to design great buildings, but you want to make a positive difference in people's lives, which I think is a driver for many architects. And if you look at that, then actually lots of us are doing it in all different ways at all different levels, and the small scales is just as important as the big public projects.
And the perceived diminution, is that the word, academic? Yeah, is about the world not now being about the hero architect. That's not an answer. That's what's broken, and that's what we now have to actually understand and embrace, and that's a good thing. Yeah. And so there's a really great case for modesty, for retreat, for actually approaching everything from the point of view that you just mentioned. How can we make a difference? And it's not about strutting around saying I'm the kind of Godhead. And that was a model that was the sort of thing that we were kind of taught to aspire to in a way, which probably didn't match terribly well with the way most women thought about themselves. So there's the disjunction straight away. But now I think the change is good. The change is towards the hero architect being dead, and a case for collaboration, modesty, retreat, understanding, listening, and all of those things that we all know. And I think that we feel comfortable in as well. And I think that's the new world order.
I think there's a real challenge there I agree with what you're saying, and I think there is this kind of shift. And yet, when we look at what the actual crisis is for us, in our profession, like the sort of issue of our time is city expansion and urban growth, right? So it's like, what do we do with cities when they're starting to turn into things that we don't understand anymore? I wonder how it's possible to not come above that and to like look over it, and who are the people that are going to understand all the layers of that thing without having some sort of overall view. And so I think it's impossible to go to scales like that without having a very wide view, but it's still a collaborative thing. Like it's so complex. Not one person can understand all of those things at once. Like you need someone to understand the infrastructure, a sociologist, you need this person, this person. So I'm just really interested in how all of this relates to the current climate of thinking, like where the way we all need to be kind of thinking about the issues of our time and what opportunities they present.
I mean, I think that, like you said, that the kind of infrastructure gets more and more important. And on the other side, I don't think that we should say that we don't need any design. Yeah, I think it's very important that we educate a lot of very good designers, because if we have this discussion about sustainability, then I think we really have to make very good designs if we want to be sustainable. And for that, like we, for example, our office, last year, we had a really bad situation of the commissions. So a commission situation, can I say that? Yeah. And we didn't know if we have to close the office or not. Yeah? And so we started a research project in the office, and it's called Sustainable Design for Alpine Infrastructures. And it's a project about how can we make power plants, how can we make a population of power plants in the alpine or in the mountain areas, something like that. And I think that especially for the design topics, it's very interesting to think about infrastructures or about things which is maybe more in the focus of engineers or constructors. But I think that a lot of other disciplines, they come into architecture, and maybe we have also to make our expertises in other fields.
Is there an issue of leadership here? New ways of demonstrating leadership in the profession and beyond the profession?
And leadership and advocacy, I think.
For if we need new models beyond the hero architect, are there other models that we can put forward that, because in some ways to get rid of the role model means that there's all this untaken up aspiration. Students look to other people to emulate. It's one of the ways they learn. That's why your children learn from you.
Well, hopefully they're looking to the project and not to the people that did it.
Right? I think there's a natural thing of looking to people.
We just need more types of role models. I mean, so we do need excellent architecture. We need people who are dedicated to and are making fantastic architecture. We don't want that to go away. But our definition, as we've talked about, of fantastic has to be, they've got to be responsive, they've got to be sustainable, they really have to be sophisticated. It's not just the beautiful object. But we also, I mean, the government architect is an obvious answer to the question of advocacy and helping to try to build intelligent clients. Government here, at least, is the biggest client. If they're not asking the right questions, setting briefs that demand high quality, you're not going to get it. And in government, I've never met someone in government who doesn't want a good design outcome. They are all in there, from officers to ministers, wanting excellent stuff. But they just have these processes that trip it up all the way along. So the cabinet thinks they're buying something fantastic, and then it ends up being incredibly ordinary. And I could list the projects that have just been so negative. And it's not because anyone wanted it to be that way. It's just they got the wrong advice, or the process tripped them up, or they didn't know how to ask the question. And architects sometimes didn't perform in terms of the design role. So having a government architect who is respected, seen as senior and significant, and is an advocate within government, having those at local government as well as state and ideally federal government level. But I think they exist in academia as well, having the role models in academia that we value and hold up highly and say they're teaching amazing stuff that's bringing through this generation. So I think it's maybe a diversity of other role models and valuing other role models, perhaps.
But architects, in addition to the role models within the profession of architecture, so architects perhaps at the beginning of their career looking toward architects who are into their career, you can aspire to, architects also have to start to communicate with the broader public, because ultimately this is a significant part of, I think, our role as advocates for the built environment is to raise the awareness of how to make. So you have to stop using the sort of language that other people either can't understand or aren't interested in, and we've got to speak simply. And also, if we think about the way that other professions or individuals, a car salesperson even, like, they don't just sell a Hyundai, it's the person who owns the dealership, or we're interacting in a sort of a commercial transaction often with really large amounts of money, and it's really difficult. I think there's a real tension, and I personally don't want, I don't aspire to be one of these sort of star architect types, but you can understand in that sort of sphere how it all adds up to this sort of myth making. You end up in this area.
I am one of the privileged people who've actually seen the survey results from our wonderful surveys. And one of the surprising things coming out of that is, at least in the survey of women, is a consistent lack of confidence about what they do, the valuing of it, and how it might then take them on. Can we talk about this issue of confidence? If we have leaders, we have new role models to look to, how do we get people confident enough to say, these career choices that I have made, they're right, they're good, they're valid?
I want someone to tell me. I mean, I sometimes think, God, quit my job and I'm a director of my own practice with my husband. And I think,
heard this yet?
yeah, well, he's right. Yeah, he knows all about it. And I think, what do I do? Like, do I have the right skills? Could I go out there? How would I reinvent myself? Do I have this big knowledge gap because of the career choices that I made, not by seeing the hoop or the fork in the road, but I just, here I am. I think it's really difficult, and I'd love it if I could hear from other women who might feel like they've got the whole kit in their back pocket.
I teach interior architecture, and 90% of my studio students are women. And so we have this issue because we have guest critics come in trying to kind of redefine what is interior architecture relative to architecture and interior design, kind of traditional modes. And we recently did a project where we thought of the city as a living room. So they had to think about how an interior architect could tackle this urban topic. And I invited the city planners to come to our reviews and to be a part of the process. And they thought, oh no, I'm just a student, I can't present my ideas to these people. And no, you can. You have great ideas, you have fantastic skills. You understand technology in a way that the people you're talking to don't. They're going to be amazed. And it was a really kind of bolstering experience for them at the educational level.
And something about like the removal of the self from the conversation as well. I think not many women are comfortable necessarily, and probably 99% of humans are not particularly comfortable about getting up and talking about themselves. But I think if it's, again, the conversation is through the work and through the quality of the work, and we all learn a lesson about talking about the outcomes and talking about what we're actually trying to achieve through the work, then it's about that and not the self again. So I think that's a paradigm in which a lot of people would feel a lot more comfortable, and it's the counterpoint to the Starchitect kind of thing, where it's about a hero kind of just being a godhead.
People love the backstory. That's how you get people's... you think about it. You think about, why do people read magazines? Because they want some backstory. Why do you have all these shows on television which show the backstory? That's part for people, for the general public. Part of the story of architecture is the backstory.
But maybe it could be that story's about the inhabitants.
Yeah, well, which would be great.
Rather than the theoretical producer.
But also, there's another aspect, which is to not punish ourselves for feeling doubt. I mean, I've certainly, all of my just choices and decisions have been self-doubt and fear that I'm not actually capable of doing something really good, which is what I really want to do. Or, whatever. And I keep having that. I still have that doubt. And it wasn't until I was 45 that I could say, I can do it my own way. Not that I can do it necessarily. In fact, I've sort of gone back to small practice saying, I'm going to test myself and see if I can do it. And frankly, I don't know, because it's going to depend on what comes out after a few years, because it's bloody hard work to do good architecture. So I don't know whether I've got the tenacity or the insight or whatever, but it's okay to have doubt, but it's letting it stop you, I think, that's the problem.
Yes,
and so saying, well, it's all right. In fact, it's probably quite good to be reflective and to question and to try to get better. But then you've got to self-talk and say, and talk to your friends and encourage one another and say, well, he can do it or she can do it. Well, of course I can. It's just step by step. Just do it and see what happens, and you'll be right.
Yeah, that's right.
It won't be perfect, but something will happen.
And don't worry, the end of the world won't happen.
Exactly.
So it's that whole thing, and you do get to know that a bit more when you're older.
And I think it's...
is that if you have the bravery and counterpoint to the doubt and just say, oh shit, I'm just going to have a go at it.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Well, we talked about awards. I think that's part of this underrepresentation thing. I've hardly ever submitted any projects for awards, and I'm feeling very vulnerable about it. I think probably if I had, I might have got some awards for some of the projects. I might not have. I'm not saying they're masterpieces, but maybe I would have got a commendation. Who knows? But I didn't, because I didn't think they were good enough. But I've sat on a million juries and seen so many projects and thought, why are you submitting that? God. Exactly. Honestly.
And there's nothing, and not getting an award.
You've just got to get it out there.
Yeah. Do you know, that's one of those character building. That's
I
so
I have to say, the only times I've applied for promotion is when I knew some bloke was applying at the same time, and by God, if
So
he
that's
got
what
it and I
drives
hadn't put in, I would go,
Absolutely. So we're all driven by...
We won't get awarded if we don't submit projects for awards. We won't get a promotion or we won't get a pay rise.
That's it.
And we have to
Get out
just
there.
stand up
Be
and
brave.
do it.
Be brave. Get out there.
Yeah.
Get out there. That's a big lesson. Yeah.
bravery. That's what we're
bravery.
going to go away with. Can I come back to something that does require a great deal of bravery, and that's family, because if there's another thing that really affects the careers of women, it's the choices they make about family. And I'm taking this as a really broad idea of what family is, whether it's a partner, whether it's parents, whether it's having children. These are things that affect the careers of women at different points in time. Can we talk about what impact, what opportunities come from the pressures of family? Katrine, you talked about having children early.
Yeah, and that was the good thing on it. That I was a student, and I had wonderful grandmothers, and they looked after my little daughter, and so I really had time to finish the study. And then she was 4 years old when I started to work, and so I really never had really a problem with that. It was just it was good managed in a way. So and now now the time I really have to work hard and many hours in the office, doing competitions, realizing projects and so on. Now she's 17 years old, and now I don't have to care for her so much. And I mean, what's really good is that she's a very self-organized and self-confident person, and I think that's also a sign of our time. That I see that also on friends of her. That there are also in other disciplines. Everybody, the time of the generation where the mothers are at home. Looking after their children and the fathers, that's a little bit over. We have to arrange our society in different ways, I think. Yeah.
My partner is my husband. He's my partner in my practice, and we have a 3-year-old. And when we had the baby, we were working in a live-work loft, and I had it all there together, right? The employees, the clients, the baby, the X-Acto knives. And finally, I had the baby by the front door in the washing machine, and I said, "Okay, enough. We have to separate the work and the home." So we moved out, and we got a house, and I said, "We're not going to take any work into the house." And when we moved, we had nothing in our house. We'd been living in our work for 10 years, and then I moved into my house and I was sitting on the floor. But it was good because it made me realize, well, there's a separation that has to exist. And when I have to pick up my son at daycare, I can't be late, or they charge me $2 a minute. And it's made me very effective throughout the day, and I use my time very wisely. And in talking to other architects in the Bay Area, especially architects who are hiring women, they realize that women come in, they work really hard all day, and they might leave at 5 because they have to pick up their child, but they're not taking a long business lunch, they're not coming in late, they're not standing by the watercolor talking, and it's changing the culture of the office in a good way that I think men appreciate as well, especially as more and more men are taking care of children and taking on that responsibility.
That's going to be the place of big change, isn't it, when everyone witnesses how that works. And we talked about that in our session earlier today, about how remarkably efficient parents are at work. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just not going to waste any time going off on a long lunch. They're going to get a hell of a lot of work done, and they're going to be very good at managing and designing their day so that they can put brackets around that work, do it, get it done, and get out the door. So it's actually, I think you can make the case that parenthood actually makes you a better worker, and you just have to be much more focused about it.
I think it actually made us more productive because we realized we have to make a decision and move forward, and we can't linger over it until midnight.
Because that's an indulgence.
Right.
You're in the middle of it, Emma. the moment?
Yeah, I am in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Or we are. Yeah, I mean, I have 3 small children. So I guess for me, you know, when Karen asked me if I would speak in this symposium and sent me this little thing that said it's about, what's it about? Moments in your career, turning points. I found myself in the kitchen each morning thinking, this is it, this is the turning point. And then that would pass and I would get to work. And then the next day I would wake up and think, oh no, yesterday wasn't it, it's today. This is it. You know, there's the sick child, the collapsed babysitter, the, you know, swimming tunnel. And I think it's been interesting actually the build up to this symposium because it made me realise that I had really, because of the privilege of working in my own business and choosing my own hours, what I actually had done is created no boundaries. So no one really took it seriously because I wasn't taking myself seriously enough. So I've had to clamp down. There's a new regime in our house. And it means that, you know, my children now, if I go to something, then I come home later. Or if I have an early meeting, because I have to get to it, then Kieran can't go to work early. So there's this sort of regime change which happens about once every 6 months, actually. And then it sort of slips back. But that's been really difficult. And I think that the family it's a complete blessing and I love it. But it creates a level of chaos day to day that I find quite hard to sort of, so here I am. You know, and the bit where you go to work for time off, you know, that's a sort of...
When work is a retreat.
Yeah. I'm so glad somebody else does the daily. I'm not going to get through this. It's the same point on the drive to work for me every day. The same roundabout. Oh, I'm not going to get through it.
Yeah.
And you do.
Yeah, you do.
It's also personal choices because I'm probably coming on the line. I'm the choosing to stay and work from home because I want to be around my kids, but also I'm trying to work. But it's not just that, it's because it just suits my personality. I kind of like being at home. I like being by myself. I love it when everyone's gone and I've got the house to myself, you know, between 9 and 3:30, and that's it. And that rarely happens because you're rushing off to meetings or whatever. But it's partly about personal comfort and personal choices as well. And I get balanced by going and doing consultancy and working with government or whatever. But there's another question I wanted to ask that's sort of somewhere in amongst all that, which is I'm interested in what other people feel here and other people out there who've got children and balance that with work, which is, for me, there's a big difference between when I was single-mindedly focused on my practice as a young architect with really nothing else mattered in my life more than architecture. Now something does, which is my 2 children. They matter more than anything. They really do. And I can't imagine putting the amount of time into a detail because I just haven't got that time anymore that I would have put in. I know I put in back then. And I don't know if that matters to architecture yet. That's what I mean by before that question, can I do something as good? I've seen many women who have children who do fantastic architecture as well as juggling, loving and caring for their kids, so I know it can be done. But as a personal thing as well. So then that's questions about, do you need to put that much in to make good architecture? Is it a choice?
I think that's really interesting. I mean, I don't have a family, that sounds terrible. I don't have children. I have a family. And yeah, one thing I'm just thinking is that there's been a lot of talk today about women with children, and I wonder what it means to be a woman in architecture without children in a position, you know, like sort of, you know, moving forward. Or I don't know what will happen, but it's interesting, like in my daily work life, we've only been actually a legitimate company for about 2 months, so even saying something like that sounds a bit weird. But
bravery, confidence.
That's right.
I'm quite enjoying the fact that our company is called Stewart Hollenstein. So I'm Felicity Stewart, and my business partner and friend from uni, who I form my company with, Matt Hollenstein, we're often perceived as being a man called Stewart Hollenstein. And that's fine. I'm actually quite enjoying that. I think that's, in fact, one paper said young Sydney local boy Stewart Hollenstein has won green square competition. I was like, hang on, like, whoa, okay, hang on. That's seriously wrong. But I find it, I like the kind of mystery. I think it's good that people maybe aren't quite sure what we are or something like that, or that we've been introduced as boyfriend and girlfriend when we're actually just friends. So there's so many couples in architecture that run businesses, and we've seen that. I've spoken to so many people today, and there's a reason that happens. You know, people meet at uni, it's like total immersion. There are many couples from my years at university who still stand, and which is amazing, and that's great. But we're like this weird exception now to the rule that we're just friends, which I find quite funny. But in terms of family, it's funny how Matt, I mean, I consider Matt almost like my family, in that I spend so much time with him, and we're like kind of brother and sister at this point, that family is a really funny notion, I think, in architecture potentially, that we spend so much time with these other kinds of people that they sort of are family. Yeah.
I think there are ultimately going to be some good benefits when women who have had families and have had practices at the same time get into positions where they're actually kind of, in a way, organising the practice life of others. And that's kind of where I am at the moment, having had my own practice and brought up kids through all of that and all of the kind of intensity and sometimes hell that kind of produces in chaos. And now in the role of a director of a larger practice, I'm really cognisant of what that means in terms of the people who are working with us. And I've got the amazing privilege too of actually being in a gender balanced directorate, all too rare. So Caroline Stalker and I are both two directors of a 4-director practice, and she has children. So these are the things that really exercise us all the time, and we think about it a lot because we've lived it. And we're really trying to make those changes in our workplace that make it possible for people who aren't running their own practice or working with their partner to have a viable career within within the sort of framework of a larger practice. We will soon be moving into our new office premises that I've been working on the design of that will have a place for children to be. And that was a really critical thing, that I really noticed. And one of the reasons I didn't ever work for a larger practice until now, I'm now a grandmother, and so I'm, all that other stuff is behind me, the kids right there. But I sort of designed my own practice so that I didn't have to actually confront the issues of how difficult it is to work in a larger corporate practice when you've got children. So now I'm in that position where I can actually help sort of design the working lives in a way, or assist and nurture the working lives of other women. And I think the translation of that kind of, the smaller practice experience and the experience of, practicing with children will be starting to be translated into the patterns of working in the larger practice. And I think that's really critical. So we working parents carry an enormous amount of knowledge about what the hell it is you have to do to make it possible, again, to empower women through the work. And to do that, there are a whole lot of things you've got to do with a larger practice. You've got to make it possible for them to be parents. You've got to make it possible for them to work flexibly. You've got to make it possible for their kids to be part of their lives, even within a work environment, and all of those things. So I think that that's going to be a path for interesting change over time.
The other thing that's great about that is, apart from creating that space within the office, it's visible and it's a statement about this is important. And I think
not just for the women.
That's right, exactly. And for me, that there was a threshold kind of moment of, and I think it's important for women who so often become small or sole practitioners working from home because it's easier, as you said, to juggle, and that's why I do it. But for one of the reasons, but is that when I had been working in government, so I had an experience of working in a very big organisation with lots of people, and you're busy doing lots of things, sometimes just not available. So I'm not available that day because I've got back-to-back meetings. No one questions that. Okay, what about the next day? So then when I went back, I was in fact approached to meet somebody about a consultancy job that was very interesting, and he proposed a day, and I was about to say, I'm sorry I have back-to-back meetings that day, or, I'm playing golf or whatever. But in fact, it was a day that my child, who was 2, was home, and it was a day I'd spent with my child, and I just was almost going to say, sorry, I have meetings that day, I'm not available. And I said, sorry, I'm not available that day because I spend that day at home with my son. And he said, well, that's important. Okay, so we don't do Fridays. Okay, well, and he was totally respectful. Absolutely no question that that's absolutely legitimate and appropriate. And so for me, I've sort of had a policy of now saying, I'm not available, I'm picking up my child that day, or yes, I'm going to negotiate my time with you. I've got to leave at 2:30 every day to pick up my kids, but I'll be available on the mobile, or I'll check my emails, because I don't mind doing the mix. So, but being out there and saying it through the office in the way you've said, or saying children are important and they can coexist very happily, thanks very much, with, you know, doing bloody good work.
Exactly. Our boardroom will be next to the play area.
Yeah, fantastic.
So the men, those grey-haired men of whom you spoke, all adorable, and who will be in the, a lot of those will be in the boardroom.
Yeah.
And next door to that will be where the children are. And, you know, and we have a lot of young men who are fathers of young children in the practice too. And they are so constricted by the kind of, you know, traditional ways of working as well. So this kind of the liberation extends to everybody.
Yes, and that'll probably affect your work. Like, what happens when you're in a huge board meeting discussing some major public building and people are like, their eyes wander off and there's kids? Like, surely that's, don't they say if you design a building for children and the elderly that it'll be a wonderful place? I don't know, I think that's a really powerful design tool. I don't think that's just about.
It also makes for shorter meetings.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Which has got to be a great thing.
I'm really interested in this idea that a confident acceptance that you have a life outside architecture, and instead of making excuses for it or trying to hide it, and the responsiveness, the positive responsiveness that it's being greeted with, are we, in sometimes the choices that we're making, where we try and suppress, hide, manage, but not say, are they disempowering in this? Or are they a reflection of reality? Or is that reality now past and we're into a new future?
Yes, they are. I think we undervalue ourselves, I think, sometimes, or we disempower us. It's the same as a fee. We were talking earlier with some people about proposing fees for potential clients, and, you know, I used to, as a young practitioner, kind of hand it over and say, sorry, I know it seems a lot for some paper, you know, but I learned from others, and they were actually men, and that may have been coincidental. No, put that fee up and say, well, yeah, it's high because I do a bloody good job, and you said you wanted something great. Well, we can do that for you, but it costs you money. And that was a real learning thing for me. I don't know if other women have experienced that sort of thing, but in our workshop session, someone was talking about timidity and saying that in her experience as a graduate, she felt that the women in the practice she worked in tended to be a bit more timid about asking for to do more interesting work or to be paid more or whatever. I don't know if that's, you know, Karen talks about that sort of essentialism problem, and it is a real problem. I don't know the answer to that. Are there common traits or not? But I think there are tendencies. It's that unconscious bias thing where we unconsciously, we act, women and men, with unconscious bias against ourselves.
One of the things that I've learnt, I felt very empowered. Well, maybe two things. One, I stopped caring what other people thought, so I lost my fear, because I realised the worst thing that someone could say was no, and usually that didn't have a really big impact on me. It was just no. Then I learned not to explain no, and to say, no, I'm not available, and not take up that because and I found that the level of argument back about those decisions dropped dramatically. Quite useful, because I have to make quite high-powered decisions from time to time, but not explaining, not saying because. And I wonder whether we have a tendency to overshare occasionally about the reasoning behind things when we could just say, here's the fee.
That's right. And it's often it's a professional environment. Like, you don't have to explain to anyone that you're unavailable on some day because you've got a friend's wedding.
Exactly.
It's totally inappropriate to ask someone why they're unavailable. I mean, don't you think? I don't know.
I think what's interesting is that throughout the day, when people talk about working part-time, the capacity to work part-time, I think there's actually a really strong reliance on technology, which doesn't really close the door. And it's not so much a criticism as a fact that I just wonder how part-time people actually work. And I find our kids are so well trained. The phone rings in the car and and they just completely, I can have a whole conversation, they're just completely silent. Then it goes off. So what is happening? You know, my daughter is 10. She's really interested in the dynamic of this because she's sort of heard little bits and bobs. But actually, if you want, the reason that there's a sort of a slippage, I suppose, and I think that that's interesting because in some ways you still undervalue yourself because you're saying, I'm going to work part-time, but I'm still available, actually, and I'll be checking my emails and I'll answer the phone. And it's not really it doesn't allow you to be fully in that other space. And I think I just do wonder how much of a meaningful career you can have part-time. It's a question, and it sounds like there are people who do manage it very well and evidently much better than I do. But really part-time and really meaningful, or whether you actually have to give yourself, and you're just doing a lot of informal work. It's sort of in the car or on the side of the soccer field or at night.
That can be a choice. I mean, yeah, I think there's for me, that's something because I work for myself, I choose to work in that way.
But then maybe you don't work part-time, maybe you work full-time.
Oh, I do work full-time.
So I think there's all these women
I work
who
more
sort
than
of
full-time.
Actually they go, yeah.
If you include the washing and the shopping.
Yeah, that's right, that's the other job. No, but they go to work 3 days a week. They might not work for themselves, they might work in another situation. And in order to maintain that position, they're actually probably working full-time. Yeah. That's what I reckon.
I think that's a really big issue also because I think a lot of women are working part-time but actually doing all of that after-hours stuff. They're not being paid for the extra hours. That's another of those situations.
It's a devaluing.
Exactly. So I think that's different from, I think, where someone is working for themselves and they choose to juggle. And some people, it's much harder, I think, to say this is home and there's no work and this is work and there's no home. When you've got kids or you've got other commitments or other interests, it's hard to not make them overlap with technology. But you can choose that if that's something that works for you. Yeah.
I have to compartmentalize my time. I mean, that's how I have to work in order to be able to complete tasks, essentially.
Yeah, and so it is.
And those boundaries are kind of hard for me.
I think that's a really interesting balance. But I do think sometimes businesses get the better, and I include universities in that. So, but get the better of their part-time employees.
I mean, that's also beyond whatever time you allocate to your job. We live in an age of like a hyper switched onness that if you set your own precedent, like, I wrote an email to someone at like 11:59 p.m. Like, I've set the tone for a conversation outside of work hours. That's my own fault. So I think you kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, that's just...
But that's right. That's again taking control.
People are always on.
Like for me, I don't work much between 3:30 and 8:30 because I'm picking the kids up and cooking the dinner and reading to them and at the moment this year I've been working after 8:30. I don't want to do that anymore. But I don't answer the phone after 6. I just don't answer it. They can leave a message, and often they don't. It's great. But if it's someone, if their name comes up and I know what it is and it's critical and I don't mind taking it, I'll answer it. But usually they can leave a message. If it's a block call, forget about it. You just set your terms. That's okay. So that the technology can be a great advantage. But you do have to, again, have the confidence to say, well...
It's a kind of not explaining too. My phone's off.
That's right.
I don't answer email over the weekend.
Or do the emails at 1 a.m, which I do too, but don't send them till the next morning. You get the work done. I mean, if you choose to do that, so...
Tips and tricks! I think it would be a really great point to turn to the audience. We've had a fantastic conversation and I'm sure there's some interest in engaging with it from out in the audience because these wonderful women have been saying such fantastic things. I can see hands already.
I just wanted to make an observation. I've been talking with a young jazz singer, 26-year-old, who was telling me the difference between singers in New York who will say, I'd really like you to listen to this and I've just won that and please have a look at my YouTube. And in the music industry here in Australia, you've got to look at your feet and say, I've done this little thing but I'm not really important. It's the tall poppy syndrome. We've got a cultural hang up in this country, and I think that we've been circling this in this discussion here, but I don't think we've actually pitched that we are able in this culture to be direct and put forward what our profession has to offer. And I also think that the diversity of what we're able to offer in diverse fields such as infrastructure, I was really pleased to hear your point about moving into areas that are not traditionally architectural. We've got a lot to add, and a lot of design-based problem solving we can apply to the major issues of our age in our cities and in our towns. So I just put it to you that it's actually, well, one of our major problems is actually the cultural framework we're in.
It's a little difficult for our international guests, but I'll turn to our Australian panellists and get their response on the tall poppy syndrome. Is this really what we do? We stare at our feet and we shuffle?
I'd like to hear from the international guests because I can't see outside the prism that I'm in.
You're going to have to explain what it means.
Yeah.
And tout their own.
Tell everybody. Libby, have you explained to everyone?
I'm explaining the tall poppy syndrome. Yeah.
It's so different to the United States as well. It's like where it's
okay.
like what happens.
So in Australia, it's culturally expected that you will be modest about what you do. Anybody who says, "I'm fantastic," is going to get, "No, you're not. Yeah, we're going to cut you back down to size."
That's not how we in New Zealand see Australians.
I have no answer for that.
That was brilliant.
In other words, we're egotistical maniacs on this side of the trail.
Look at them all nodding like mad.
That's a good point, because is it false modesty? Because it's what, as Julie said, it's, but as Julie said, it's a culture. So it doesn't mean that people are modest. It's just they know they've got to present as modest. But that can have ramifications, which is, you know, what Jerry was just saying down the track, for what's considered to be acceptable and therefore can move forward.
Well, certainly in the United States, I think touting yourself or making it a goal to be the best or the top 20 is common, and that is how I think people do succeed, because they're loud and everyone hears them, and suddenly we're listening to this one person, whether they are the right person to listen to or not. And there's so many vehicles and venues for that now too, for better or worse. But, yeah.
Katrine,
I mean, I think that in Europe or in Austria or also in Germany, I think it's the same than in Australia. So I think we also have this modesty attitude, always try to be modest and not to be too loud or to, I think. But I also think that this is really not good, and it is important to be loud and to be self-secured and to say no. Yeah. Really, and that's why I get to know Zaha Hadid, and I really learned a lot from her, because she's a women architect and she did her thing, and she's very tough. And I mean, that's why I think sometimes the hero architects or star architects, they did their job, and that's why they are famous also in a way. And she reached really, and she did a lot for the architecture, and especially for the female in architecture, I think.
Isn't it interesting what the reaction has been to her being like that as a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, it's that negative thing, and I'm a Julia fan as well, and it's so interesting the way the kind of criticisms of those strong women are framed, and it's just so often seen to be a negative, isn't it?
Yeah,
and Zaha has not been served well by the media.
But the great thing about Zaha is that she's gone.
I don't think she should stop doing it. No, I'm just saying it.
Oh no, but you know, everyone would say, oh, but she hasn't designed. I mean, she hasn't actually built anything. Well, now she hadn't years ago when people were saying that, and people were saying she's all out loud, but you know, she hasn't done anything. Well, she's just said, well, I don't care, I'm going to keep going, whether she's heard that or not, and she's doing bloody fantastic things. And so in a way, and I'm hoping that Julia will do that as well, just not care. It's Julie's point about saying, well, maybe you've got to say, well, I don't care, you can try to cut me down, but I'm going to keep on going.
She actually says that too. She just says she's never apologises for anyone that doesn't just accept her work. She's like, this is my work. That's it.
Yeah.
No conversation. And I think, I mean, really, when you think about it, gender or not, it's incumbent upon architects to, it's a very challenging profession because we're essentially, in the words of my old, the head of the school at Columbia, Mark Wigley, who's Kiwi, he said that the role of the architect is to imagine a world and then to throw that world into the world. And I think that you can't be shy about saying something like that. I mean, that is like, this is what I think humanity could be or something. You know, it's a huge kind of gesture. So to me, it's like that is the role. Like that is the thing, is to say what you think through words or drawings or whatever. So I don't know, it's inevitable that everyone has to come to terms with that, gender or not, like whatever gender you are.
I mean, I told you before that my personal experience about becoming an architecture in the career was that on the beginning of the career, nobody takes you serious as a woman, you know, especially, maybe also the man, but as a woman, nobody takes you serious. And after your first little successes, but they have to be really little, you get everybody styling, you know, and everybody, and on your, and that's nice and good, well done, and go on and so on. Good. But after a while, and when you win more and more competitions, and you get a really competitor, then you recognize that then you get a problem and a danger for your male colleagues.
Yes.
Because you're a threat then.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's common. We can take one more from the audience. It's over here. Oh, I think behind you. Sorry.
Hi. I've got a question that sort of touches on a lot of topics covered today, and pretty much what you're talking about with architectural careers, and it has a bit to do with education, but also the way we run our practices, and it's financial modelling, or at least creative ways to come up with different structures rather than just basically fee for service in the way we organise ourselves with projects. So I had a couple of questions. One is, in the stream of the way we're taught in architecture schools, we often maybe take electives like sculpture, history, other things that are all very much about the creative arts side of the fence, but we're not often taught in the business side of things, particularly, well, it certainly wasn't in my generation of education in architecture, to actually go actively seeking that, to look for creative ways of, you know, financially creating projects or generating those came much, much later for me. And I'm just curious to know how we could bring that back into conversations of architecture, but in very creative ways, in the way that, say, crowdfunding, or how do you generate personal wealth as a female architect amongst each other to be able to create your own projects, so to be self-directed. And then conversely, in practice, what kind of experiences do people have in being able to realise other funding potentials to get these projects off the ground, aside from competitions or aside from individual privileged client situations? So I just had a question about those two streams.
Someone want to take that?
If anyone's got the answer, that'd be great.
I don't know if I have the answer, but we're trying this different model with the more kind of startup, like a tech company. And one of the reasons we're doing that, so there are two architects, and there's a salesperson who's a co-founder, and then there's a sort of a traditional CEO. And we're putting together our financials, and we're seeking corporate sponsorship from other companies in Silicon Valley, and we're going after venture capital, and we're even going after government agencies to get funding. We're really early on in this, and we have a lot of interest right now, so I can't tell you that I've gotten millions of dollars from doing this yet, but I hope that by December that I have gotten millions of dollars. And that's my goal, is really by December, to see if this works.
Fantastic.
So we'll see.
I think there's an aspect of thinking bigger than I think I could do this, is instead of I think I can, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, that's right. The mini version is think of your rate and then double it and send the letter.
Yeah.
But the bigger version is what you're doing, which sounds amazing. But you know, we have to sort of just, as you say, go broader and But that's hard because, you know, not all of us, I'm certainly not a financial brain and a business brain, and so bringing in expertise in a way, like you're saying, you've partnered with people who've got those skills.
And they want equity, which is why we have to set it up differently than a traditional practice where I might be the principal or the partner, for example.
Yeah. I think that a lot of it has to do with risk. I mean, architects don't make much money, so they don't have much spare dough to kind of put into property investments and that sort of thing. So it's understanding how you can maybe leverage your skills and team up with other people, which we've never done, but we sometimes talk about. Wouldn't that be amazing? The other thing that I think is that there's all this people don't understand their superannuation, and architects are actually in a really privileged position because they possibly have the skills to leverage some of their superannuation in a way, but we don't understand enough about it. It's a pretty complex thing, and I feel like we've just stuck our toe into trying to understand what that is. But you can develop property, or you can buy property which is connected with your business. It's probably boring to everyone, but I do think that in the end, if you think about the period of your life where you're not going to be earning an income through work and you're going to be relying on this nest egg, how will you have made it work for you? We can't sort of just wait for it to generate its own income. And I do think we have skills to add in that area.
So I think it's an interesting question about whether that's something that comes into the kind of educational process of
I
think that would be interesting. And I also think, and I think it's a good thing for women to have all of the tough tools in their tool belt as well. You know, like actually have those hard, have the financial skills, be the best, the biggest whizzes at Revit. Do you know, all of those things that are often seen to be just so grindingly boring at university and things like that, that's quite empowering to actually have all of that tough stuff in your tool belt and then go out there and do it.
I think one other thing that, following on from the last discussion about what was referred to as unsolicited work, so making opportunities, that we should think quite creatively about who benefits from something that we do. So there's been some really clever kind of installations and things that I won't name any, but where architects saw an opportunity to do something like, say, Laneway Festival or something like that. And there's ways that it starts to help like the adjacent business, and then like this guy over here, and then suddenly the city wants to know about it, and there's all these kind of like little mutual benefits that actually you can almost, I know a lot of people that have found ways to kind of fund a project that in the beginning had, and I know that's kind of takes time, but you're often those projects that become the little selling pieces of a lot of practices in the end, that there's such good ways to market companies for all sorts of reasons, from big ones to very little practices as well. So I think that's kind of like it's growing, and I think it's much more successful in Melbourne than say in Sydney. These pop up this and open this and something. But that like this quickness of work, that you could do something, it could be like a month-long project and you just quickly do it. I think we always associate architecture with this long, like this huge long process that's so lengthy. Like, what if you just designed like a coffee cart for like a weekend? I don't know, I'm just trying to think of...
Well, there's all this maker culture that's happening everywhere, and it's certainly prevalent in San Francisco and the Bay Area, and that's been kind of DIY until now, but I think there's a big push to going out of DIY into production, because as architects we're just waiting for our commission, we're not going out there. And a lot of people, I think this year at Maker Faire in San Francisco, there were 3 architecture schools showing their work, and it's so interesting to people, to scientists and engineers, to see the things that we make, and it's just a step in the right direction, right? Because you have a whole different audience, and you have to talk about it in a different way too, which you mentioned earlier. But I think that's a possibility too, to take this kind of DIY to production and scale up.
Terrific. I'm going to have to call a very fascinating session to a close. Can we all thank the wonderful panellists?
So what I want to do is ask our wrap-up panel to each maybe just reflect on the day, and maybe just talk briefly about what they will take away with them from the day. So not the kind of knowledge and information they brought to the event, but that's maybe some of the things that came out of it for them and that they might take away. It might be about themes that came out, it might be about something that surprised them, it might be about something that they expected to happen. But so we'll just run around everybody, and then we might also, if we have time, ask, you know, the same kind of thing from you guys. So, and probably not from everybody, but from a few. So I'm going to start. I'm not starting with Shelley. No, I'll start with Laurie.
I think one thing that I'm taking away that I'm going to bring back to my group in New York is the format. I found it very interesting, the combination between, say, industry and academia, and I found some of the conversations incredibly productive and insightful, coming from and bridging between the two. And I think that's something that's not happening enough, I know, in the US, that how do we engage each other? I think for so long there have been independent silos, and I think it's only going to behoove what we're trying to do is if we start to work together to move this forward. And I really appreciated the workshop session. I thought that was fascinating, and it was I heard so many things that I had not heard before, and it also starts to break up this, I mean, not that it's not interesting, but to sit in a room all day long becomes a bit monotonous no matter how dynamic everyone is in front of you. And I really appreciated the fact that we got to break up with people that you may or may not know to really discuss some things that are at the heart of what we're trying to do. So I really appreciated and found a lot of value in the format itself, and the bridging between the different constituencies that are all invested in these issues, but just coming at it from different perspectives. So I just applaud the organization today and the way that you've been able to bring very interesting and diverse groups together for very productive and diverse conversations.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to know we did it. Now, Karen, I know Karen may have something that she brought with her she also wants to raise, but...
Oh, no, I'm going to...
Okay.
I think my take-home message is about leadership. I mean, obviously there's been an amazing array of leaders on the platform, women and men. And so there's been a bit of critique of the term hero architect and starchitect, and I think one was even named, talked about a bit. But rather than critiquing those terms, I think I want to start to use this new term, which is architectural leaders, you know, and then they could be architectural design leaders, architectural advocacy leaders, architectural gender leaders. And I was both intellectually impressed and incredibly touched to see the way that Anne Lau, Misty Waters and Bill Dowser talked about their colleagues and staff. And when they started using words like goodwill and respect and care, and they were talking about a professional workplace, I couldn't believe the level of compassion and empathy and as well as kind of hard-headed commercial sense about the value of looking after your staff. But I thought they showed incredible leadership. And when Jill was talking about not only a passion for architecture, but a passion for making architects. Yeah. And so I've just been so impressed by the leadership I've seen today and the architectural leaders that are here, and then seeing younger people and knowing that they are going to be amazing architectural leaders. There's a lot of them here. So leadership is my
Well, I'm going to leave Naomi to last. I'm going to go to Rory now.
Yeah, well, again, I think, well, first of all, I'm really privileged to be invited and involved in this conversation. It's been a fantastic day, so congratulations again to Karen and Naomi and Justine. I guess, I mean, I do want to reflect on the day, but the thing, I also want to mention the thing that I brought, which is the thing that I bring everywhere, which is this idea of expanded practice. I think the most exciting thing in the discussion today was that this more diverse or more inclusive definition of what architecture is could also lead to a more diverse and inclusive profession for the people who operate in it. And that's a link that I haven't made, and I think that's a really important contribution to that discussion.
Probably a couple of things, two ends of the scale. One is the useful, meaningful, you know, I found the workshop session fantastic, and we got some tangible things that, as a representative of the Australian Institute of Architects, I've taken notes and will take away, and I think that will inform the development of the guidelines as well as the policy. And some of that has been new ideas, which have been fantastic, but some of it's been endorsement of ideas we've floated that have popped up several times, which is just very reassuring and fantastic, and allows us to go forward with some strength. And so that's great on a practical level. On the bigger picture level, I think it's a kind of a wonderful reminder of the complexity of architecture and of the complexity of all of these layers and how they are interconnected, and that they must be treated together. Overall, that's sort of not polarising that we're talking about, the fact that we actually need star architects if they want to be that, but we need the other stars, as you've said, the other leaders as well. We need fantastic architecture. What is fantastic architecture, and how do we value it and talk about it and all that? But I guess also a question I take away is, there's this great group. I think it's been a fantastic series of discussions. I wish that group was 10 times bigger and there were more people hearing and participating in it. How can we do that? So that's sorry. How do we get that out? That's the challenge.
But I also think that's the challenge for the conversations.
It's a challenge for all of us.
For architecture. I mean, we're really good at talking to each other, talking to ourselves. I mean, the conference tomorrow will be 1,200 of our brightest names, but nobody from the public, as far as I'm concerned. And so, how do we reframe the architecture conference? I mean, it's a public art, it's a public good, it's a public interest. How do we reframe it to be more like the Writers' Festival or something, where it's actually more inclusive in the literal sense of the word?
And the thing is, the public is interested. I mean, I did something at the Wheeler Centre a few years ago that Stuart Harrison was involved with. And, there were lots of architects in the audience, but gosh, there were a lot of other people. I did something at the Adelaide Festival, maybe 10 years ago. And this room was jammed. There was a spillover room, and it was the people who go to arts festivals. It was the people who go to writers' festivals. And but somehow when we organise events, we can't seem to tap into that audience. But when those other organisations, so maybe we should just be opportunistic and kind of.
It's framed.
Yeah, but it wasn't that framed that differently. Yeah. No.
For those of you who don't know, the Wheeler Centre is the Centre for Books and Writing in Melbourne, but they frame the question. I mean, they've got an automatic community that they draw like we have.
So maybe we just need to infiltrate the existing infrastructure.
I think they frame the question differently. So the events that they put on architecture, and I've been involved, so one was around the reissue of Robin Boyd's book, and I was surprised. There was a big audience of non-architects who came to that because Boyd is a cultural figure. He's part of our cultural history. So partly it's about remembering that architecture has been heavily invested in cultural history. There's a lot of information that's come out about Marion Marnie and Walter Burley Griffin, and people are really interested in the story of Canberra. So partly it's about how do we tell stories about what we do. And I've got friends who work in advertising who are very skilled at it, and they said to me, Grand Designs, and lots of architects go, oh, Grand Designs is an amazing show because it shows the value that architects add. And he said, this is a high-level advertising executive who said, you see the couple in their house kind of going, well, God, what am I going to do with this room? And the architect comes in and says, well, these are some of the things we could do. And they say, because they show architecture in action, and that's the story. They film it and they show it. So I just think we've got to develop new storytelling modes and people who are skilled at telling public stories.
Yep. I'm going to go to Naomi.
In terms of what I am going to take away from the day, I'm really hoping to take away a large number of completed questions. And also, I know that we have a number of worksheets from the workshops, and I'm very pleased to hear that they've gone well. But you know what? I can give you some preliminary analysis right here and now, thanks to my colleague Amanda Rohn, who many of you have met now. So the main topics discussed, as you will see, were mentorship, interestingly, was a really key issue. I have to say, that surprises me a bit. I thought that pay equity would be more up there. But no, I mean, there was some interest in pay equity, but mentoring was much more important to people. And also the idea of ethical leadership not just leadership of women, although role models were also seen to be very important, but ethical leadership. The notion of fairness and transparency in pay equity, obviously the acknowledgement of different forms of practice, the idea that there should be representations of women architects in popular culture, including in television, which is, I guess, another version of the role models, good exemplars position. And a whole lot of other things were said as well, but that's a really quick pass over what came out of that. But I guess, I mean, rather than some fabulous insight that I can capture, I guess I'm just thinking more about where my mind went as the day passed, and, you know, one muses on things that come up. And I was thinking when Felicity was talking about urban design and about how it's a young discipline, it's got a certain amount of ambiguity to it, and because it's not fully canonised, there's a certain nimbleness and ambiguity there which can be very full of opportunities. And I think sometimes architecture's age, tradition, prestige, weight, professional gravitas is actually a bit of a disadvantage. The kind of grey eminence of architecture can weigh us all down. So I think one of the things that's been delightful for me today, I think, actually, is the way that architecture can be young again, I guess. And I think it can be young again and can be seen to be, you know, not the grey eminence, but the sort of youthful, nimble, reinvented practice. And the opportunities that come out from that, I was also thinking of that old cliche, necessity is the mother of invention, and which is, of course, gendered, right? But if we see the ways that women have been practicing in architecture, we see that necessity has been the mother of invention, and the invention has been impressive, valuable to everybody, not just women, and that it has been a process of reinventing practice and will continue to do so. So necessity or constraint or financial crisis, no matter what you want to call it, or children or a career pinch point, necessity will always be the mother of invention. So long as we can rise to those occasions, I think we can continue to invent the profession.
Excellent. Very good. I think that's a very nice way to end. And I suppose because I can't help myself, I just want to add to that. Which is that, I mean, we kind of bemoan, you know, the percentage of women in the profession. You know, there's a whole lot of statistics which are quite depressing. And then you put together an event like this, and Karen and I had endless names of people we wanted, and we had to just sit there and be really mean and tough and make some lists, because otherwise you would have been here till, 3 days' time. There are so many fantastic women involved in architecture, and they're in the room, and they're on Parlour, and so it's kind of depressing. And then it's like it's really not. There's this fantastic, so I think the message. I mean, the thing that worries me, I guess, is that sometimes the message just feels quite doer, and I think there's also a really positive message. And I find myself quite often having the opposite problem with gender balance. When I was doing some events for the Victorian chapter last year, I just kept having to try and find some men. So I thought that was quite inspiring. I quite like being faced with that problem. Anyway, I'm going to open to the floor, and Harry's been nodding away, and I'm going to ask you, Harry, I'm going to start. I'll ask people to put their hand up, but I'm going to Harry.
I think the two major things I'm going to take away today are confidence and bravery from the previous session, because I think I'm as guilty as anyone of totally underplaying what any of us contribute. And in fact, it was my partner who told me that I should be really upfront and tell people that I need to leave early because I have to pick up kids or do something, because he's always done that, and he finds that clients, in fact, react wonderfully well to it and are very understanding, so he's been my role model in that. And the other thing I'd really like to take away is diversity, but exactly what Rory said, the fact that it's wonderful to diversify as much as possible, but one of the diverse paths should actually be a practicing linear path as well.
Absolutely.
And that we should be discouraged from that. And that's what I've been aiming to in the last 2 decades. And it irks me when people think you shouldn't be doing that, when they think you're just doing a sketch in the
Yeah.
And in fact,
Yeah.
we're responsible for so much more, and I think acknowledging that and supporting that within all the generations of female architects, for me, is prime.
Yeah, I mean, I think our concern about expanding definitions certainly we would be very alarmed if that was seen as in any way dismissing the importance of a you know, and you know. No, but I think it's really important. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think one of our messages has always been tolerance. Like, why do we encounter so much intolerance sometimes in the architectural profession of difference? There's a whole range of different models of practicing, there's different kinds of people, and maybe it's because we're trained to have really strong opinions, but one can have strong opinions and incredible tolerance for difference, and in fact that's the definition of a good working democracy as well.
Is anyone else waving their hand around? Or do you all just want to go and have a drink? Okay.
Just
Everyone wants to have a drink. That's
before
good.
you ask Paul to come up. Naomi and I feel it's really important to publicly acknowledge Justine. Okay,
And actually, thank you very much. But actually, you know, in addition to my wonderful friends and colleagues, our graphic designer is fantastic. And one of the nicest things about working on Parlour and working on this is also working with her. And her name's Catherine Griffiths. She lives in New Zealand because, you know, there's New Zealand mafia as well. She's the best topographer I know. And she's just done a fantastic job for us, and she's really added a lot of value in terms of not only thinking about how to present content, but sometimes improving our content too, wouldn't you say, Naomi? So I think we should acknowledge her. Now, I just want to, Melbourne Uni has been incredibly supportive of this whole project, and I'd just like to invite Professor Paul Walker to come and just say a few words on behalf of the faculty. Paul's Deputy Dean of the faculty and currently Acting Dean, so.
I feel a little embarrassed as a grey-haired New Zealander. But anyway, on behalf of the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, and on behalf of my boss, Tom Cavan, who is a great role model, he's away at the moment, dealing with his life-work balance. He always spends part of the winter with his children. And I have to say he's been fantastically supportive of my career and, you know, demands my children as well. But anyway, on behalf of the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning and of my Dean, Tom Cavan, I'd really like to thank everybody involved in today for making it a really fantastic event. I've enjoyed the conversations I've heard, and I haven't been here for the entire day because I had to go and do some deanly things. And they were really interesting and provocative conversations, I think really remarkable, and it's just so fantastic to see the idea of the future of the discipline, the future of the profession being discussed. I particularly need to thank the organisers, Justine Clark, Naomi Stead and Karen Burns, for the fabulous work. I mean, it's a wonderful thing for the faculty to be associated with this, and in fact the whole Parlour endeavour, and because it really it's very close to what should be the mission of the universities, of the schools of architecture, which is to also be thinking about the future of the profession of architecture, thinking about the future of the discipline. And I think for the faculty it's really just a great privilege to be associated with this thing. I mean, it's just a fantastic thing. So thank you very much, and all power to Parlour.